Madam Clerk, good to go. Okay, thank you. I'm calling to order the December 18th, 2023 Palo Alto City Council meeting. Madam Clerk, will you please take roll?
Of course. Council Member Lowing,
Yes, here.
Mayor Koo,
Here.
Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka, Vice Mayor Stone, Councilmember Vinker,
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
Thank you. We'll start off with our special orders of the day. Our first one is a resolution expressing appreciation to Matt Rashki upon his retirement. Director Eggleston.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Koo and City Council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. Kind of a bittersweet moment here. We're starting off the meeting today by celebrating the career and the retirement of one of our longest serving members of Public Works, Matt Rashki. Matt Rashki began his service to the city in 1999. And in the 24 years since, he's made contributions really in many areas, as you'll hear with this resolution that's honoring his service, but including most recently, a lot of work having to do with being the project manager for Rinconada Library and some of our biggest infrastructure plan projects like Fire Station 3 rebuild, Cal Ave Garage, public safety building. So really at the forefront of a lot of our priorities. We're going to miss Matt's role as really the go-to person on complicated construction project issues, as well as his deep knowledge of the history of many issues and projects here in the city. And just want to personally say I've worked closely with Matt on a number of varied projects over the years. He's always been someone who thoughtfully and reliably looked out for the city's best interests. So we really appreciate that. And speaking for Public Works, but really I know for many others in the organization, we want to wish Matt many new and exciting adventures in his retirement. Also, I want to acknowledge his wife, Tanya, and his son, Zachary, here in the chambers with us this evening. So with that introduction, I will turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. And I've asked Council Member Burt to read the resolution.
Thank you. So, expressing appreciation to Matthew Rashki upon his retirement. Whereas Matt Rashki began his career with the city on November 29th, 1999, and has provided exemplary service for his 24-year career. Matt has enthusiastically served the citizens of the city for more than 2 decades, working in the Public Works Department, in the Storm Drain Group, the Operations Technical Services Section, and most recently managing the Structures and Grounds Work Group in the Public Works Engineering. And whereas Matt managed multiple studies of the former Los Altos treatment plant site and helped obtain the environmental closure for a significant portion of the site, and assisted with the transfer of the airport asset ownership and operations from Santa Clara County to the city. And whereas Matt managed the development of the final landfill closure and post-closure maintenance plans and coordinated the relocation of the landfill flare to a site on the Regional Water Quality Control Plant, where the methane was also used to help fuel the sludge incinerator until it was decommissioned. And whereas Matt managed the design and construction of many facility improvement projects, including the renovation and expansion of the Rinconada Library, the City Hall lobby, and the creation of the new community meeting and council conference rooms, the renovation of the zero waste and wastewater offices at the MSC Building C, renovations of floors 3, 4, and 5 in City Hall, and oversaw projects to improve the HVAC and electrical systems of the Children's Theater, thank you, Community Theater, and Lucy Stern Community Center. Matt was the project manager for 4 of the 2014 Council Infrastructure Plan projects, including the design and construction of Fire Station 3, the California Avenue parking structure, and the Public Safety Building, as well as managing the design of Fire Station 4. And whereas Matt Rashki has mentored and trained many new engineers during his career on city standards, project management and delivery, and the importance of integrity and honesty in public service. And whereas Matt Rashki is recognized by his peers and the city staff for being professional, knowledgeable, dependable, and a team player. Now let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Palo Alto hereby gratefully records and extends its sincere appreciation to Matthew Rashki for his dedication and excellent service rendered to the city. And I will move the resolution.
I'll second it. Would you like to speak to it?
I think I just did.
All I can say, Mr. Rashki, is holy cow, the list of projects that you worked on. And I think my first experience meeting you actually in person and hearing you communicate was on the California Avenue Business District when I was liaison there. And, you know, you were very knowledgeable. You communicated very well. You engaged with the stakeholders. And for that, I really appreciate it. But also your project management is amazing. So we're going to miss you tremendously. As a matter of fact, I was going to ask you, you don't want to see Station 4 through, but also understand. So I wish you all the best and great joy in your new adventures. Thank you for your service. I don't see any lights, so Madam Clerk, you can take the vote, please.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes, thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes,
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
motion carries.
thank you. Mr. Larski, would you like to say some words? You don't have to, but might be putting you on a spot. Wanted to offer. Well, thank you so much again for your service. Mr. Rashki, would you like to come up for a picture with us?
I guess we're all gonna get this one of those group photos. It's quite a group of photographers.
All right, that concludes the special orders of the day. Item number 1. We have item number 2, which is a proclamation honoring Mr. Robert Moss for his service to the city of Palo Alto. Mr. Moss, the proclamation reads, whereas Robert Moss, fondly known as Bob Moss, served on the Palo Alto Library Advisory Commission and helped to shepherd our treasured library system through critical junctures, ensuring all 5 library branches would thrive. And whereas Bob Moss possesses deep institutional memory regarding neighborhood and citywide political issues, and his service is a community resource in providing meaningful context to those advocating current issues. And whereas Bob Moss is a longtime supporter of the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park residents, he fought for rent restrictions prohibiting a severe increase by the owner that would have resulted in the forced displacement of many households in 2000 and spoke at many city hearings from 2012 to 2017 in support of saving the mobile home park. And whereas in 2009, Bob Moss initiated a successful grassroots movement to create an ordinance requiring private streets within new local developments to maintain at least a 32 feet width for safety reasons, in addition to excluding these streets from the city's density calculations. And whereas Bob Moss continues to keep tabs on businesses along El Camino Real near the Barron Park and Ventura area, periodically reporting to Barron Park Association Board of Directors on the opening and closing of businesses. And whereas Bob Moss has personally set out to eliminate graffiti in Palo Alto, effectively serving as a one-man graffiti cleanup crew. And whereas Bob Moss has been a longtime leader in the Barron Park neighborhood, formerly serving as a board member and continuing to represent the concerns of the Barron Park neighborhood to the city of Palo Alto as a vigilant watchdog for Barron Park. Now, therefore, I, Lydia Koo, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the City Council, commend and honor Bob Moss's many decades of devotion, institutional knowledge, and service to the City of Palo Alto. Thank you so much, Mr. Moss.
Mayor Koo, I appreciate it. That it was very thoughtful of the council to make this award. I don't know if you're aware of it, but I've been involved with Palo Alto for more than 50 years. And yes, I still clean up graffiti. I was out Sunday. But the graffiti level has gone way down from what it was in the 80s and 90s. And I think it's important that people who live here communicate issues and benefits that they've received from being in Palo Alto and work with the community to try to make things even better than they already are. And as part of tonight's celebration, most of my family came. My wife of 68 years, Harriet, and my son Stephen, my son Brian, my daughter Sheila, my daughter Elise, and my granddaughter Sarah are all here to appreciate your kindness. Thank you very much. And I think it's important that in a city like Palo Alto, people don't just come in and do nothing. They should be involved with the neighborhood, with the community, and with the entire environment. And I've been trying to do that, as I say, for decades, and once in a while actually succeed. So it's been a real pleasure living here. And it's been a real pleasure working with the community, with the city council, and with the council staff. You have some very capable people on staff. And I'd like to thank you again for your consideration and for recommendation.
Mr. Boss. Mr. Moss, I just want to say, we're really grateful, and I thank you very much. Ever since I moved to Barron Park, you've been making sure we're updated on many of the matters within Barron Park and also within the city. But also, I want to ask you to continue and make sure that we stay to the action plan. And I really appreciate also that you don't only talk about things, you actually take action on it. Again, thank you. Would you like to step up and take a photo with us, please? With your family, if they want to come up? Again, thank you, Mr. Moss. That concludes the special orders of the day, item number 2, and we go to AA1, which is a proclamation honoring Herb Borock for his service to the city of Palo Alto. And your proclamation reads, whereas Herb Borock began his community activism in the fall of 1968 as a volunteer helping with a petition campaign to qualify Senator Eugene McCarthy as a write-in candidate for the presidential election, which led to his coordinating the local precinct organization for the re-election of Senator Alan Cranston. And whereas also in the fall of 1968, Herb Borock registered for a course on the strategy and tactics of confrontation politics at the Mid-Peninsula Free University that led to his participation in successful mass political movements against classified research at Stanford and ROTC at Stanford. And whereas Herb Borock participated in the Associated Students of Stanford University, where he served as parliamentarian for the ASSU Senate, a member of the Nominations Committee, and an alternate to the Stanford Judicial Council. And whereas in the fall of 1969, Herb Borock was Northern California's coordinator of a petition campaign to lower the voting age to 18. And whereas following the passage of Proposition 13 in 1978, Herb Borock coordinated the initiative petition campaign to place a rent relief initiative measure on the ballot that obtained the required 12% valid signatures of registered voters in 3.5 weeks. And whereas Herb Borock was treasurer of both the Palo Alto Citizens for Rent Relief and Palo Alto Area Democratic Association from 1978 to 79, a district level delegate to the 1980 Democratic National Convention for Senator Ted Kennedy, coordinator of the Baylands Conservation Committee, publicity chairman of the Palo Alto Civic League, chairman of the Mid-Peninsula Freeze Campaign from 1982 to 85, member of the California Democrat Party Platform Task Force on World Peace and International Relations, member of the Board of Directors of the Peninsula Peace Center from 1983 to 85, where he served as secretary in 1984. Chairman in 1985 and treasurer from 1985 to 87. And was a member of the Executive Board of Urban Ministry of Palo Alto from 1999 to 2000. And whereas Herb Borock currently focuses his community activities in Palo Alto City Council, where he is a frequent advocate to encourage city officials to comply with the conflict of interest laws, the Public Records Act, the California Environmental Quality Act, and the Brown Act, to require city council appointed committees, boards, and commissions to be advisory to the council, and for the city council to provide proper oversight of council appointed officers. And whereas Herb Borock has written articles in local political issues in the Stanford Daily, the monthly Grapevine newspaper, and the Palo Alto Weekly. He also contributed articles to the People's Almanac, Doubleday in 1975, and the People's Almanac #2, Bantam Books in 1978, Big Brother and the Holding Company, The World Behind Watergate, Ramparts Press in 1974, and In These Times. Now, therefore, I, Lydia Ku, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the City Council, commend and honor Herb Borock's many decades of devotion, institutional knowledge, and service to the City of Palo Alto. Mr. Borock, again, thank you so much for all your work. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor Ku. Bob Morris is a tough act to follow. When I arrived in Palo Alto, democracy here was rooted in the kind of neighborhood organizations and various activities that Bob Morris and others participated in. And we've been going through a change over time where it's become more difficult for people to organize that way as the community changes and as the desires of developers and activities, both statewide and nationally, changing. And as you can see from my activities in the past, they haven't been just in local politics. And there's a temptation, especially with the times they are now, to be focusing more both on here, regionally, statewide, nationally, and even internationally, which just overshadow the effects of the issues that we have. So I appreciate the commendation. I can't compare myself to Bob. And I felt, sort of, when you have a couple of acts at a concert, rock concert, and they put on good shows each, and each one is afraid to follow the one that preceded them, and they always want to be one who was first, so they wouldn't be compared to the previous one. And so being here with the same meeting as Bob Morris is an honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borock. Yes, Mr. Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, I just want to make a comment because when I first joined the Parks Commission in 2010, at the very first meeting, the current chair said, "Oh, Herb's here tonight." I thought, I don't know, who's Herb? Is that her husband or whatever? And it came time for public comment, and Herb Borock stood up and made very erudite comments on the item that was there. And I look forward regularly to hear him comment because he did his homework. It wasn't just an opinion. It was something that he did research on, and it was about other people, not just him. So I just think Herb is like the perfect example of the right kind of public commenter, the right kind of active citizen. Just thanks so much for your work to date, and we'll keep seeing you here.
And I want to add that you continue to ensure democracy is preserved. So I want to say thank you, and please continue helping us here in the city and keeping an eye on us. I would like to invite you for a picture, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Borock. This concludes all our special orders of the day. Our next item is a closed session, which is a conference with real property negotiators. This is pertaining to the property at 4,000 Middlefield Road in Palo Alto, also known as Cubberley Community Center. A subject is going to be about purchase and lease, price and terms of payments. And with that, is there any comments? Thank you. Public comments.
Our first speaker is Ken Horowitz.
Thank you. Good evening. Ken Horowitz. Have a folder here of all the times I've spoken about Cubberley. And so I want to encourage you tonight to finally really get into action regarding Cubberley. I went back to my notes and found that we actually signed the original lease with Palo Alto Unified School District in 1990, January 1st, 1990. So it's almost 35 years since we've been renting from the Palo Alto Unified School District. So I'm asking you tonight to finally let's get it done, whatever decision you make, because we deserve to have a modern, up-to-date community center. Mountain View has done it. Menlo Park will be opening theirs in a few months. And we have a dilapidated community center at Cubberley. Just some other notes. We've probably spent, the city has probably spent $200 million in rent to the city of, to Palo Alto Unified School District. And that money, if we had gone through previous plans, we could have used that as well. And we would have a community center. So I'm encouraging tonight to let's get it done. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark W.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mark Weiss. Live on Bryant Street, North Palo Alto, but I'm actually from South Palo Alto in certain ways. I actually just came from gun basketball practice where Matt Passel and I are coaching the Frost Soft. We're there because we're both players for Hans Delanoy. The reason I mention these men is they're Cubberley alumni. And I wanted to point out that there are 25 classes of Cubberley alumni, and they talk to each other, and they're very organized in various ways. It's a diaspora. Most of them don't live in Palo Alto. Mr. Passel does. I'm a gun alumni, but I'm of the age when I remember Cubberley as a school. I'm also of the age where I produced more than 150 events at Cubberley before it became dilapidated, as Dr. Horowitz would say. I actually think we should assign the rights to Cubberley, to the Cubberley Alumni Association, and let them figure out legally what to do with it. Legally just give it away to the living members, self-organized, and they would do right by we the people, whether we're school district members or local voters. A lot of very accomplished people among the Cubberley alumni. Someone just came back from Colorado State football game. The football stadium in Colorado State was built by a Cubberley alumnus. I think it would come out with a much better outcome than this false division between the school district, Peter and Paul, the school district, and the we the people. So that's my suggestion. I also don't think there should be a closed session. I think what you're about to do for an hour should be done right here, right now. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service.
And that concludes public comment on item number 3.
Thank you. And with that, I will go ahead and move that we go into closed session.
Second.
I don't know who seconded. Okay.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes,
motion carries.
thank you. So we're going to head into closed session and we'll be back, I think in around 7. Thank you. Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready, let me know. All right, we're reconvening our meeting of December 28th. We've nothing to report coming out of closed session. And now we'll move into agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We have no changes to your agenda, but would note that with the amended agenda, staff added a supplemental memo to your last item. I believe it's item 12. Sorry, I don't have my book in front of me. That provided the minutes, the summary minutes of the Policy and Services Committee discussion of one of your procedures and protocols items.
Thank you, Mr. Shikata. And with that, we'll go to council member questions. Oh, wait. We'll go to public comments actually on items that are not on the agenda. All right, it looks like, oh, wow. So it looks like we have many speakers on public comments. So we will go to 1 minute for each speaker, please, Madam Clerk. And please stop taking any more public comments speakers after the first speaker finishes.
Our first speaker is Peter B.
Good evening, Council. My name is Peter Balte. David Hirsch and I are concerned about how Palo Alto will address the future of housing development in our city. The traditional process where we wait for developers to propose projects is not working. The city needs to initiate a proactive process whereby we select projects, describe their priorities for development, and define the program objectives. This will only be possible if we have a development office to manage these major state mandated efforts. Because we have failed twice in our application process, the state is bearing down on us. We are being challenged by the state's builder remedy regulations that allow developers to leapfrog local approvals. We won't be able to overcome these challenges unless we move quickly to respond to the deficiencies in our application. We improve our process of approval immensely if we can show a path forward with expert staffing, a realistic program of intentions, the necessary zoning regulations, a realistic statement of our ability to expedite the process, the basic priorities of a development office. With this, Dave Hirsch will explain one example where we need this more.
Yeah, thank you. I want to talk about the Encina project at the Encina parking lot, 10-unit project, which was preliminary for us. This project takes up a very small amount of the whole lot. It is a 2-acre lot. You could probably get 150 units on this lot if you did a few things. One is you submerge the parking below grade, and you develop the rest of the property to a density that's more appropriate. It requires one thing. You have to get 2 different owners together to make an arrangement for this lot. It should not be proposed to the council or to the city or to our agency unless it is arranged in that manner. And it is better served if we have a development office, because then there is somebody who can arrange this together. So I want to say one thing more.
Your time is up. Thank you for your comment. Your time is up.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noel S.
Good evening. My name is Noel Sandoval. I'm a 24-year resident of Palo Alto. I'm a 16-year member of Jewish Voice for Peace. I would like to ask you to please consider and to pass a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire, a lasting ceasefire in the Middle East and Gaza. As you probably are aware, approximately 20,000 Palestinians have been killed and more than 50,000 injured over the last several months. You did pass a resolution condemning the horrific attacks on October 7th. Yes, that's appropriate, but this war did not start on October 7th. It started in 1947, prior to the creation of the State of Israel. And it's important to know that 760,000 Palestinians were ethnically cleansed from what is now Israel. Many of them and their descendants now live in what is now Gaza. Gaza is under the terms of the Geneva Convention, has been occupied all these years because the Geneva Convention defines an occupation as including control of the borders, sea and land, which Israel does. Israel's been dropping
Your time
bombs.
is up.
Okay,
Our next speaker is Said.
Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I would like the City Council to take an example of other cities in the Bay Area, such as Richmond, Oakland, and others, and agendize a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. 25,612 Palestinians have been killed in the last 70 days, including at least 10,091 children, 5,390 women, and 89 journalists. That's one child, approximately 4 minutes, probably more than any other conflict in the living memory. Why should we care? The dehumanization of Palestinians have caused a significant rise in anti-Arab, anti-Muslim hate. Right here in Palo Alto, we all heard about the hit and run hate crime of an Arab student at Stanford, other incidents of bullying of students across the Bay Area. A lady in hijab was spit. She was walking her kids to the school right here in our district. Moreover, we have heard about the 6-year-old Palestinian American Wadia Al-Fayoum, who was killed in Illinois, and 3 young college
Your
students.
time is up. Our next speaker
Thank
is
you.
Abdullah A.
Hi. I'm here to also ask the City Council to push for a ceasefire resolution. There has been over 10,000 children that have been killed in Gaza in the last 70 days. The only time that the IDF has been pushing, trying to release their hostages, but have been unable to do so in the last 70 days. And the only time that the hostages were released was during the ceasefire. The only chance for any hostage release to happen is during a ceasefire. So the senseless killing of Palestinians in Gaza and dropping all these bombs on them has obviously not been the correct solution. And we need to push as a city for a ceasefire resolution as fast as possible so that there would be hostage release from both sides. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Atif S.
Hello. I'd like to first thank the council for having this open hearing. I'm grateful to have an opportunity to speak to my community as a fellow U.S. citizen. I ask the council and the citizens of Palo Alto to add the ceasefire resolution to our agenda. Palestine is a state that's currently undergoing genocide, currently being bombed. The United Nations, Amnesty International, and a bunch of more, human rights advocates, medics without borders, doctors without borders, everyone is asking for a ceasefire. The majority of the world is asking for a ceasefire. I think that our tax dollars are being wasted when it could be better used at home. I think that the Palestinian people are being killed indiscriminately, and we should not be a part of it as a nation, as a people. And I believe that a ceasefire is not just something as a US citizen, but as a human, as for humanity that we should stand for. Yeah.
Our next speaker is Fadi A.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. And also thank you all for guys showing up here. I know it's a late evening, so I appreciate your time. I also want to urge the same thing. The message has been resonating. The message has been resonating quite extensively for the past 3 speakers. So I do urge for the same resolution to be passed for immediate ceasefire on both sides, releasing the hostages on both sides. So I urge you to please add that on your agenda. One point I would like to make is that targeting journalists, it's not that complicated. When you're targeting journalists, you're actually trying to cover the truth. So if journalists have been killed, innocent Palestinians are being killed, and most of them are actually kids, that's completely, against humanity. So I do urge you to take a firm stand for humanity and for all people. You have a lot of people here that are living in this community that care, and also Palestinian descent. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike F.
City Council, thank you for letting me speak. Agree with the gentleman. Nobody benefits from war. In fact, the scars of war, I was taught, last 40 years or 4 decades. So war benefits nobody. People just get hurt. What I come to do is share with you, since you are our neighbors. Newsom is thinking about passing a bill before, I don't know the number. It's called the toilet to tap. But we used to talk about that a long time ago. We used to bring it to the city council here, and I think Mr. Burt knows about it, toilet to tap. And Mr. Newsom is trying to push that. He's thinking about signing it that all of California go toilet to tap. You have to look it up on the internet. I don't know the number. I can't give you that. And I know that Governor Brown, before he left in July 2017, he signed a bill which made it legal for, if you have a crematory in your city, if we liquefy bodies, you can pour it down the drain and it goes to a water treatment.
Your time
plant.
is up.
So I just want you guys to know that and check out that.
Our
Protect
next
yourselves.
speaker is Basil O. Basil O, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Honorable members of the Palo Alto City Council, I stand before you today to urge your support for an immediate ceasefire resolution in Gaza. The ongoing conflict has far-reaching consequences, not only in the Middle East, but within our own community in Palo Alto. The attacks on Gaza are regrettably fueling anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim sentiments locally, impacting the very fabric of our diverse society. 3 weeks ago, I went to the hospital to visit a 21-year-old Stanford student who was a victim of an anti-Muslim hate crime simply for wearing a t-shirt that said Damascus on it in Arabic. The perpetrator shouted foul language and told him to go back home. I felt compelled to visit the student as he is the same age as my son, who also is a student at a different university. I ask you to consider the precedent set by this same City Council for a foreign policy resolution in October 2023. In the spirit of consistency and fairness, I implore you to extend your advocacy for peace and humanitarian concern to the current situation in Gaza.
Our next speaker is Ceasefire N. Our next speaker is Dima.
Madam Clerk, let's go to the next, please.
Our next speaker is Greg F.
Hello, my name is Gregory Fix. I urge you to pass a resolution calling for a ceasefire. Gaza is now a graveyard for children. It is a genocide. It is a Holocaust. Entire families are being bombed in their own homes, 12 people killed at one time, and while fleeing to safety, promised to them by the occupation. Schools, hospitals, and churches are being bombed. We must take a stand to stop this Holocaust. This is collective punishment paid for by our own tax dollars. Please vote in favor of the ceasefire and let's stop this genocide. And we can condemn what happened on October 7th, but not without condemning the genocide perpetrated by the apartheid state of Israel.
Our next speaker is Noha.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak before you today. I am calling on the City Council of Palo Alto to please issue a resolution to stand with the people of Palestine and calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Over 20,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israel's bombing and ground campaign since October 9th. My question today to you is, how much is enough? What number would be enough for us? What number are we looking for? 20,000 people? 50,000 people? 100,000 people? 200,000 people? What number is enough for us? How many people must die before we call this what it is and say it's a genocide? It's ethnic cleansing. I ask you to please issue a ceasefire for immediate and permanent ceasefire. Israel has bombed hospitals, schools, and refugee camps. It has cut off all access to water, food, and medicine. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark W.
Good evening, members of council and Madam Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone. Thank you for your service. My name is Mark Weiss, W-E-I-S-S. I live in Palo Alto. I'm an American Jew. I'm a member of Congregation Beth Am, where I was bar mitzvahed with Rabbi Axelrod years ago. And I have spoken here before. I spoke here earlier this evening. The main reason I came was to praise Herb Borock and Bob Moss for their constant dissent, which means sometimes an unpopular opinion. What I'm trying to say in the next 20 seconds makes me unpopular because there's 7 people here who think I'm wrong just by looking at me. And so I'll just repeat the facts that a terrorist group murdered 3,000 people and a government issued their military to try to catch or murder or get rid of the terrorists. And those are facts.
Your time is up.
And
next speaker is Ahmed M.
First Amendment is limited. Lawyers probably know this, but you are not allowed to say.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss.
Incite violence against American Jews by accusing them of violence.
Thank
or
you.
worse,
Thank you, Mr. Weiss.
or a subset of political messages that
All right, I think we're gonna have to stop. Everybody got 1 minute. Everybody got 1 minute. Please respect our rules. We said everybody 1 minute. Let's be fair about that. We have 27 speakers. Please, we have business to take care of it. We have a lot of business to take care of before we go on to winter break. Please. Thank you so much, Mr. Weiss. There's got nothing to do right now. I mean, we haven't done that. So thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, thank you.
Our next speaker is Ahmed M.
Not you, you're one of the good ones. I first heard this statement in 7th grade, and I recently heard it again. And what it means is somehow that I am lesser than. I didn't know how to react the first time I heard it, but it feels like, hey, you're a good apple, but somehow your roots are rotten in some kind of way. When we say ceasefire, we mean human dignity for everybody and that nobody is lesser than. When we say ceasefire, we mean to say that nobody should be treated lesser than in any capacity. We mean that Palestinian children should live, but we also know that ceasefire also means a safe return to the Israeli hostages. We know that a ceasefire today means that we state that everybody is equal. When we hear statements in the news like Lindsey Graham says, stating as many as it takes, we know that that means that certain people
Your
are
time
lesser
is
than.
up, and our next speaker is SN.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to
Please,
speak. Proud and
let's not clap. Please respect council chambers. We don't clap. We don't make sure people are intimidated or anything else. So I really appreciate hearing from you, but please respect our rules. Thank you.
Our next speaker is SN.
thank you. Proud and happy resident of Palo Alto for nearly a decade now. I'm here to urge the council to pass a resolution calling for an immediate and lasting ceasefire in Gaza and condemning hatred and discrimination of all protected groups in Palo Alto, including Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims. This is not about taking sides anymore. This is about expressing our collective empathy for the hundreds of thousands of Palestinian civilians, medical professionals, and journalists being bombed and attacked indiscriminately, especially the thousands of innocent children being killed, maimed, orphaned, and traumatized through no fault of theirs except being born in the wrong place at the wrong time. It is about not being complicit with the unjust and evil ongoing massacre of innocents in Gaza. Thank you.
Our next speaker is URM.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I am a longtime resident of Palo Alto. It's been over 12 years. I have kids who have been in the district. I cannot believe that I'm here right now saying these words because it seems unreal. The New York Times recently had a joint article by several humanitarian workers from CARE USA, Mercy Corps, Norwegian Refugee Council, Oxfam America, Refugees International, and Save the Children. The title was, "We are no strangers to human suffering, but we've seen nothing like the siege of Gaza." There was another article by a doctor in Gaza who said, "I'm a pediatrician in Gaza. Save us from this horror." UN Relief Chief Martin Griffiths has said that the destruction and massacre in Gaza is the worst he has ever seen. Does this council understand that this is unprecedented? If you do not take a resolution to do a ceasefire, it will be a reprehensible stain on.
Our next speaker is email lubnafq@gmail.com.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. When I think of how much empathy our community has for our children when they're bullied, when they're in need of health care, or when they're injured, or honestly, just when they have a bad day, I ask, have we taken the time to see what the children of Gaza are going through? We work hard to make meals so our kids don't go hungry at schools. We treat them when they're injured, offer mental health care when the need arises. Yet on the other side of the world, our tax dollars literally have done and are doing the exact opposite. Children are starving. Some have been literally blown to bits, without limbs, without parents, or both, and with trauma that will transcend generations. Let's please not let the distance or skin color, who they are, come in the way of believing that children's rights are human rights. I urge you, please, to align with the correct organizations and pass a ceasefire resolution so that people can look back on Palo Alto with pride and say, hey, this city stood on the right side of history.
Our next speaker is Michelle H.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, I'm here to ask the City of Palo Alto to pass a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire. Human rights apply to all, including Palestinians. Given the devastation, I wish I had made this request so much earlier. As American citizens, we have a special responsibility to speak up. To not speak up is to be complicit in an unfolding genocide, which our tax dollars are funding. Never again is truly now. UNICEF has described the situation in Gaza as a graveyard for children and as the most dangerous place in the world to be a child. Today, Human Rights Watch said the Israeli government is using starvation of civilians as a method of warfare in the Gaza Strip, which is a war crime. Today, Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem called for a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. I quote, "The inescapable conclusion is that the continuing war will entail more human rights violations, more war crimes, and the fighting must therefore be stopped immediately to prevent further harm to civilians." Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz G.
Good evening, Council. I also am here to speak on behalf of world peace. War is not the answer. The horrors we're seeing in the Middle East right now with Gaza and the state of Israel, I am just heartbroken. I believe that the city of Palo Alto could make this resolution for ceasefire in Gaza. You have embraced women's right to choose. You have embraced equity and inclusion. This is also about humanity and about peace, world peace, and supporting the ceasefire. I am again urging the City of Palo Alto City Council to vote on a resolution to support peace in Gaza, a ceasefire now. Thank you so much. Good night.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
Okay, I want a ceasefire now. This is pointed to Julie Lythcott-Haims. You're going to be running for Anna Eshu's position in Congress. I want to know whether you're going to follow in Anna Eshu's horrendous footsteps and support Israel to the tune of $3 to $4 billion a year. Are you going to support her position on refusing to request a ceasefire? The people, when you run for Congress and when you're sitting on city council, you're my representative. I want to know, are you going to continue to support the genocide, or are you going to speak out against the terrorist state of Israel? I understand some candidates are not going to want to speak. They don't want to be touched by the ADL. They don't want to be touched by AIPAC. They want that funding. I know that's not you, Julie, but I need to hear that from you. The people deserve to hear where you stand on the issue today, not back on October 14th when you wrote your brilliant piece, Israel, Palestine, and me.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Chanel H.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Chanel Hill. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I have two children in the school district. I'm here to speak to the city council about what's going on with our children of color here in PAUSD school district. In addition to many microaggressions, there has been blatant racist comments and behaviors happening. For example, an incident when my son, after hearing a student ask another student on a pass on the N-word, my son told the boy he cannot say that. And the boy got in my son's face and called him the N-word 3 times. These issues are widespread amongst our students, systematic, and not being handled to our satisfaction by the district. Our kids feel unsafe. The Palo Alto School Board issued a 2019 resolution to denounce racism. We have not.
Our next speaker is Side H.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Syed. My daughter is a frequent visitor of the Lucille Packard here in Palo Alto. I'm asking for the city to propose a ceasefire resolution for Gaza. The situation in Gaza is extraordinary, and our federal government is failing to respond appropriately. We stand isolated internationally at the UNGA and the UNSC. We're the only major country in the world to have voted no to the ceasefire. When our federal leaders fail us, it is up to us, up to you to speak up, because community members of this city are losing family and friends in Gaza. Entire families are being wiped out, and there's starvation in Gaza. On October 21st, the attacks on Israel were condemned by this very council. We should also condemn the attacks in Gaza, as over 20,000 Palestinians have been killed. Just like we showed care for Israeli lives, I think it's imperative that we also show care for Palestinian lives, because all lives matter, including brown lives. Palestinian Muslims are being targeted right here in this country for mourning those in Gaza. We are not less human. Please call for a ceasefire.
Our next speaker is Lakeisha PM.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am writing to bring your attention to a matter of utmost urgency concerning the discrimination and bias that exists in PAUSD against our Black students. Despite our efforts to raise awareness and seek resolution, the voices of our children and our families continue to go unheard. One of the distressing incidents that prompted me to reach out to you involves the asking of inward passes by students to our Black children. These incidents, along with others, have been reported to the district and school personnel on multiple occasions. Unfortunately, the responses thus far have not conveyed the seriousness of the issues or led to tangible actions to address and prevent such occurrences. What is particularly disheartening is that these incidents are not isolated. They are a representation of a larger pattern of discrimination that our children face daily. For instance, my 6-year-old was recently told during a game of soccer that he could not play because he was too Black. Such experiences not only impact our children emotionally and psychologically, but also create an unsafe and unwelcoming learning environment. I kindly request that the City Council intervene and
Your
use
time is
its
up.
influences to address this matter with.
Our next speaker is Nicole W.
I just want to say that ceasefire and tried to unmute, but Zoom wouldn't let her. But as a lifetime Palo Alto resident, I want to share my deep concern with the proclamation that was signed by Mayor Lydia. The UN, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and Bet Sanim, which is an Israeli organization, have all called Israel an apartheid state and state that what is happening to Palestinians is genocide. More children have died in Israel's attack on Gaza since October 7th than the total number of children killed in conflicts around the world since 2019. According to the United Nations, more UN officials have been killed since October 7th, since any other time in the organization's history. Palo Alto should stand on the right side of history and release a statement supporting a ceasefire. Standing up for Palestinian rights is standing up for human rights, and to not stand up for Palestinian rights is to not believe that all humans are equal and that all people deserve to be safe. Palo Alto Proclamation took clear and concerning sides, was racist and Muslim, anti-Arab, and defends Israeli terrorism, which we should not do and the Mayor Lydia should not do.
Our next speaker is Islet M.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm a community member here to discuss your resolution condemning terrorism and supporting impacted community members. I'm a Jewish mother and educator. I'm the granddaughter of Eastern European Zionist Jews who came to settle the land of Palestine in the 1930s. Right now in our community in Palo Alto, when there is anti-Jewish hate and bigotry, there is also not only anti-Muslim hate and anti-Arab hate, but also anti-Palestinian hate. We are all fearful. We are all in deep pain and mourning. We are collectively experiencing these feelings. My liberation as a Jewish person is tied up with the liberation of Palestinians. In order for us to talk about each of our experiences, we must be able to name what they are. This is why it is critical that any resolution passed must include specific language about who the people are in our communities who hold identities that are being most deeply affected by what's happening in Israel and Palestine. In this community, these are Palestinians, all Muslims, all Arabs, and all Jews. If we are going to create a resolution or
Your time is up.
Ceasefire now.
Our next speaker is Rami S.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm a community member and from Gaza, and I've lost 12 members of my family in the recent genocide. I don't have time to tell you about the stories of the 10,000 children that have died, so I'll just tell you one. 12-year-old Dunya Abu Mohsen was in her home when a missile fired by the Israeli occupation forces and paid by our tax dollars leveled her home while her and her family were inside. When she woke up, she couldn't feel her leg. She quickly realized it was because it had been blown off from the rest of her body. Her leg wasn't the only thing she lost in that targeted attack. She also lost her father, mother, brother, and sister. She was taken to the hospital, and soon after she was stabilized, she was interviewed. She said she wanted to travel abroad to receive a prosthetic limb. She also stated that when she grew up, that she wanted to become a doctor to save other children. She will never receive that chance because as of yesterday, a tank fired a shell which hit the Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. Please stand up for the children of Gaza. We hope that you are please don't fall.
Your time is up. And that concludes.
Madam Clerk, if, I think Dima, did she get to speak? Could you just check and see if she's still there?
Sure. Dima, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, thank you. So the proclamation that was issued was very clearly one-sided, and it didn't address the horrendous war crimes that are being committed by the Israeli government, including the massacre of over 20,000 civilians and over 1,300 Palestinian hostages held under administrative detention, and the prevention of necessary aid from going into the Gaza Strip. This genocide is impacting members in this very community who are being targeted and harassed by the rising Islamophobic and anti-Arab and Palestinian rhetoric. I urge you to please put forward an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution that allows for the entry of all necessary humanitarian aid, the release of all hostages, and unrestricted entry of humanitarian assistance, respect for international law, and the protection of innocent civilians. I urge you to do the same as what 120 countries have called for in the Security Council and stand for human rights to live and exist in one's own land. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Thank you. I just want to express that I am very grateful for what you said, and also that you respected our regulations. So thank you so much. With that, we will close public comments on items not on the agenda and move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Council Member Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I just have a couple items to report. One is an update from the Executive Committee of the Cal Cities Peninsula Division. I had mentioned some time ago that we are planning a legislative address on Friday, January 26th, 6 to 8 p.m. I need to announce a change of venue. It was to have been at Tesla. It will now be at HP, and I'm very happy to say it's still in Palo Alto. So it will not be up in South San Francisco like last year, nor down in San Jose. We have retained it here, but I hope all of you can come, and I didn't want you going to the wrong place. A more formal invitation should come forthwith. The other thing I wanted to mention a couple of meetings that I've had in the last week or so that really lift up and reflect our city, reflect well on our city and how it is viewed from outside. One was I was invited by the U.S. Commissioner of Patents and her Canadian counterpart to attend a small meeting with a half dozen people about their new climate mitigation technology program, which will help this valley because they want to invest in getting patents directed to that technology through more quickly, which would bring more investment here. But also would help our climate programs and our SCAP goals. So that was quite an interesting thing that was new, and they wanted to hear from somebody in government. There were only 6 of us, 5 of us were from industry, and they wanted to know about policy. So I was privileged to sit in on that, and I wanted you to know that I think it reflects well on the city that they were curious what people in Palo Alto thought about the needs for support in this area. The other thing was that I regretted having my first missed council meeting last week, but I was in Washington, D.C. On behalf of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. And I went on an advocacy trip with the vice chair who is actually the chair-elect of BACMD, and a couple of our senior staff. And the point was to try to advocate for support for climate mitigation programs for the Bay Area. And what was nice was these entities were incredibly interested, amazed at, and laudatory of our heat pump water heater program right here in Palo Alto. We met with the White House Council on Environmental Quality, we met with the Department of Energy, we met with the Department of Transportation, we met with the Governor's Climate Alliance, we met with many members of the Bay Area's congressional delegation, including Senator Padilla and Congress members Mullen, Garamendi, DeSaulnier, and Huffman, and the staff of several others. And they literally would look and say, wow, Palo Alto is ahead of the curve. We have a lot to work on. I don't want us to say that we can take our foot off the gas in any way, but I think that seeing how we are doing will hopefully lead to more support for our efforts so that we can model how to do certain programs like this such that other cities can emulate it. And so certainly that's our goal, is that we want to spread this. So anyway, I wanted to bring those greetings and laudatory comments from our delegation in Washington to this city. I was very proud to be a member of this council and represent the city there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker. I don't see any other lights for council member comments, questions, and announcements, so we will close and move to our first item, which is, our study session item, which is a request for pre-screening of application to amend the development agreement and South of Forest Phase 1 coordinated area plan for 260 Homer Avenue that currently restricts the amount of space that one or more commercial office tenants can occupy at the property.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. We have Garrett Sauls on Zoom, who's a planner with our office, and he will give the presentation. Mr. Sauls.
Good evening, Commissioners. As Director Late mentioned, my name is Garrett Sauls. I'm the project planner on this pre-screening application for 260 Homer Avenue. Next slide. Purpose of tonight's item is to discuss the applicant's request to remove the 10,000 square foot office tenant limitation that was established for this specific zoning district through the South of Forest Area Phase 1 document. The applicant will note that removing this limit will help them to maintain and possibly attract tenants that want to grow in place within their office spaces. There are no other physical changes proposed at the site other than this removal of the office limit. Next slide. You can see here on the screen, the property is highlighted in orange. It is bounded by Ramona Street and Bryant Street and covers along Homer the entire edge of that parcel there. Next slide. A little bit of history on this. This South of Forest area was originally, prior to the South of Forest area being developed, there was an agreement between the city and the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, which managed the development of the Palo Alto Medical Foundation within this general area. That was established in 1991. And that agreement was modified in 2000 that adopted two additional standards that you see on their screen here for the attached multifamily and mixed use overlay district. One was to limit a single tenant to no more than 1/3 of the net usable office area. And the other was to prohibit more than 96 employee workstations within that office building. You can see in the South of Forest area development standards for the attached multifamily mixed use overlay district that section 3.3 C1 mirrored that same office limit for these zoning districts, which was to say that no more than a tenant could not occupy more than 10,000 square feet. Next slide. On the screen here, you can see the ground floor on the left, moving from the left to the right, the ground floor, second floor, and third floor of the property, which this is also part of the plan set included. In the packet, you can see that the ground floor, the first and the second floor are the office areas within the building, and the third floor is where the residential units are. Next slide. Policy implications that are identified in the staff report discuss how many of the discussions around the administrative record indicates that many of the discussions around the South of Forest area development plan being put together first was to focus on development within the area, providing a pedestrian-oriented environment through the scale of buildings and how they're used, as well as to try and maintain the homey street frontage of the South of Forest area. Next slide. The staff's recommendation tonight would be to conduct a pre-screening and provide informal comments regarding the applicant's request to modify the SOFA Phase 1 document. And that concludes my presentation. The applicant is also present on Zoom and they have a presentation as well.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm going to modify what I cover a little bit slightly because I don't want to overlap with what Garrett said. But I want to introduce myself. I'm Ben Bullock and my colleague Kenny Brazzoni is on as well. We are the owners and managers of this mixed-use property at 260 Homer, and as Garrett laid out, there's 4 office tenants in here and 2 residential units on top. I flip this slide. Will that change? Oh, sorry, can you flip to the next slide? I thought that my screen was sharing. Okay. So we have this occupancy use restriction in place that limits our ability to lease more than 1/3 of the project. It's part of the development agreement and it's part of the SOFA plan. And we wanted to just open a dialogue with the city to understand one, if there's benefits that maybe we aren't quite aware of having this occupancy use restriction in place, and would love to talk to you about some of the ways that it's negatively impacted our leasing at the property, as well as what we think would be some benefits to the city for adjusting that restriction. Next slide. So some of the impacts to us at the property, you know, from inception in this property being delivered in 2008 and 2009, we've had 7 tenants that have occupied the property. These are all financial services tenants. We've had private equity firms, venture capital firms. We currently have a law firm and an accounting firm that occupy our space. But in general, this is not a building that attracts high density technology tenants that we think perhaps may have been the impetus for the occupancy use restriction at the outset. During COVID in particular, we had some vacancy that came up, and we had a tenant, international accounting firm, Ernst & Young, that was interested in some of the vacancy that we had at the building, and we had to let them know that we were subject to this restriction and we're not able to lease it to them. And as a result, that space experienced 16 months of downtime before we were able to find another tenant. And while we did lease it to a law firm, one of the law firm's requests and several of the tenants that took a look at the space requests were, if we're to expand over time, if we're to grow within this project, when our lease comes up for expiration, is this something that we'd be able to expand within your project? And it's made us lose tenants in the past to be able to have to say, no, we can't accommodate that. We have 4 primary office spaces, and really we can't have any one tenant that's going to occupy 2 of them. And it does 2 things. Is one, it makes it harder to lease that space, and 2, even when we have a tenant that's in there, we now risk losing that tenant on expiration. If they say, hey, we've outgrown our space, we'd love to take that vacancy and expand into it, and we say we can't accommodate that, but we'd love to keep you in the space that we're in. If they want to be under one roof, it's more likely that they're going to leave, in which case we'd have 2 vacancies. So it's been an impediment to leasing, and it certainly is an impediment to our ability to accommodate the tenants that we have there. And again, I'd just like to highlight that these are what we would consider tremendous tenants for the city of Palo Alto. They're not tenants that we would want outgrowing the space or leaving the city or not being able to accommodate their needs. These are also relatively smaller spaces. These aren't 100,000 square foot technology tenants. Our spaces range from 5,000 to 7,000 square feet in space. Next slide. We think that there's a tremendous benefit to the city to releasing this restriction. We think that the downtime on that space, it's impairing retail foot traffic on a building of this size, roughly 37,000 square feet of office space. Depending on some calculations of how many people are occupying how much space in the building, we could see that having an impact of over $500,000 in annual retail commerce. If you were to dwindle that down to one of the spaces, you could see that that could still reach over $150,000 or $200,000 of retail commerce annually. And then some of the other benefits that are maybe just more qualitative in nature of some local economic multiplier effects of conferences, hotel occupancy, and things of that nature that those tenants can increase for the city. We also understand that one of the primary revenue items for the city is utility revenue. And when we don't have occupants in that space for 16 months, that's utility revenue that we can't get back by tenants that would be occupying that space. Next slide. And then obviously tax considerations. You know, we don't have any intent to sell this building in the near term, but when and if we ever did get to a point where we were to sell this building, the reset in tax value, maximizing the tax value for the city would certainly have benefits on an annual basis. And we believe that if we were to sell this building, that not only is it impairment on the tenants' desirability to lease at the project, but to a future buyer to know that that restriction exists, buying a building that might have less leasing viability in the future is something that would negatively impact their interest and or the way that they underwrite the value of the building. So that's sort of our perspective on some of the negative things that's impacted us, some of the benefits that we would see to the city in removing this restriction. But what we're really here to do is just open a dialogue and understand, you know, if there's something that we're missing as to a benefit that the city sees from us not being able to accommodate these tenants if they want to occupy a couple spaces, and see if this is something that the city would be willing to accommodate. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll bring it back to council for your questions, comments. And this is study session, so go ahead. So actually, I do have some questions since, oh, I see council member. Well, I just want to get some clarification. So this is part of the SOFA coordinated plan, and it says phase 1. And so I bet a lot of discussion went into this particular office space building, as well as the 2 residential units. So I know you gave a background, but I don't think I quite understand how did the office space come out from this whole development or this coordinated plan? If you can get some context, that would be great.
I'm sorry, how the...
And also, Mr. Bullock, if you were the original owner when this building got built during the coordinated plan phase.
So I was personally not part of the team that did the original development. And so while we understand that there was an extensive process for approval and to figure out what could be built here, this was part of the SOFA plan to allow for office and residential, and that certainly was a consideration at the time to be able to approve both of those uses.
But you were owner of the building already at the time, or?
I was not, no.
You were not. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Byrd, perhaps you can also provide some context.
Yeah. Having been involved extensively with the SOFA phase 1 and phase 2, this development came at the very tail end of the phase 1 project. It wasn't part of the original recommendation of the working group, but it was something that was proposed by the parties who were involved with both the residential development and the other public benefits. And this was an additional kind of value to those parties that was proposed and ultimately accepted beyond what the working group had originally proposed. I do have a question for the applicant. That's okay, through the mayor?
Yes,
yeah.
Sir.
Okay, so under your retail foot traffic, you note first that it's 36,500 square feet. Elsewhere, I assume that's the correct number, not the 30,000 that was referenced elsewhere. And then second, you talk about the amount of gross retail commerce from 183 people supporting that through about 200 square feet per person. Is that approximately the number of employees that are there now?
That's a good question. We don't know the specific density of each of our tenants. It's an approximation based on office utilization rates today. That can increase in density to as low as 100 feet per person at some higher density technology tenants. It can decrease in density for some tenants that allow more space per person to, over that to 300 square feet per person. We're really trying to use a generalization for, over a 20-year plus period of the tenants that would ebb and flow, what that might look like.
Are you aware of condition F of the development agreement that actually was in the staff presentation that limits the number of workstations to that development to 96?
Yeah, but I believe that expired after 20 years, if I'm not mistaken.
And I can double check that.
Okay.
Give me some time.
All right, thank you. And then comments as well at this time, or?
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks. So the staff report makes reference of it.
Councilmember Burt, I think Director Late has.
yeah.
Yeah, just wanted to know, I think you do have a couple of public speakers that want to speak to this item as well.
Yeah.
Right. Usually we go first and then during the study.
Yeah,
But thank you for letting me know.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Councilmember Burt, please continue.
Yep. So it notes that it came to a planning commission 07. I was trying to recall that because that was my last year on the planning commission as well. And the staff report notes that the administrative record doesn't include strong opposition from staff or the PTC at the time. That seems to have an implication of support, and that's not my recollection. So I just want to put that out there. And then as far as why this existed, what had happened in the SOFA area was Palo Alto Medical Foundation had grown and grown and grown in what was essentially a residential neighborhood. And when they opted to move to El Camino, there was a real concern about not having kind of monolithic companies that would occupy space in that area, and to have a diversity of smaller to medium-sized companies that would occupy the space. So that was the concept. Where to draw the line was a decision at the time, and something that could be considered now, but it was very deliberate that it was intended to not have large monolithic companies. One of the questions that the applicant asks is, why would there be any problem to having a single big company? One of the things that happens is that, just as they described when they lost one of 4 tenants and there was a turnover, when you have a monolithic company, you lose them all at once, and then you have a huge vacancy. And that's what we see in several of our downtown areas today. And that was one of the arguments, as the downtown was getting a couple of tenants that were growing bigger and bigger in the downtown area. I would argue against what is our existing zoning in the downtown area, in violation of it, that hasn't been properly enforced over time and really needs to be updated and changed. But in any event, that's what happens when you have big monolithic companies there. And the concept has been, when companies grow, they move to areas like the research park and otherwise. Now, that's a separate question from, was the line drawn correctly at the time in 2000? That's something for us to consider. Thanks.
May I comment or respond to that?
No,
Okay.
you only get to respond
Okay.
to questions after your 10 minutes.
I was
Okay.
also able to confirm the 20-year expiration period for the 96 employees, workstations, excuse me.
So there is an expiration, Mr. Sauls?
Correct. So that expiration would be, that's going back to the 2000 development agreement modification with the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, which continued to its successors, of those properties. But it does have a limitation to 20 years, and I can, if it's helpful, share my screen and show that while you all continue asking questions.
Yes, please do share. And with that, I do have a question in terms of, so if that came about in 2000, so that would mean that in it's expired?
It's just one provision of the document, not the entirety of the document.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a question for Mr. Bullock regarding his slide on retail foot traffic. Is it okay to address him?
Yes.
Mr. Bullock, if you could go back to that slide, I'm very interested in understanding how the international accounting firm tenant that wants to expand beyond the 10,000 square foot limitation senses that it will increase foot traffic, local services, and retail demand. Can you give us more of a comparison on what we've got today in those metrics and what we anticipate would come if we did expand the square footage? I wasn't sure if the slide covered that thoroughly.
Yeah, so a couple comments. One, we no longer have the ability to accommodate the tenant. We have leased the space to a different tenant. So we unfortunately that time has passed and won't come again until if we have a tenant that expires and vacates. We don't have the specific retail use of that tenant. It's not a question that we ask them. However, I can tell you that in particular, this is an executive training area for the tenant. So beyond sort of your typical daily retail traffic, they actually have people that are flying in on a regular basis to do executive training. They're staying in local hotels. They often aren't living here, and therefore on the average, they're going to be a higher supporter of local retail traffic than I would say an average tenant in the area. So we could certainly, if it's something that's important for this consideration, we can work to get a better understanding of how much retail impact our existing tenants are having. But we don't have that currently.
Thank you. And my second question for staff, please, is, am I correct in understanding that this particular zoning, attached multifamily with mixed use overlay, does not exist in many places in the city? This is an unusual situation, and the requirements that we have imposed do not have much of an analog throughout the city?
That's correct. This is the only parcel that has this zoning district. The attached multifamily zoning district is only existing in the phase 1 document, the SOPA phase 1 document. And this mixed use overlay is, again, a part of only that post SOPA phase 1 document.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just kind of following up on Councilmember Lithcott-Hames' question there. I spoke with a former council member over the weekend who was very involved in this SOFA 1 and that decision on the particular kind of square footage cap on this particular property. And I was kind of interested, was this just an kind of oversight, it only being applied to this one? Was there much discussion? And that former council member made clear there was quite a lot of intentionality on on this particular project and logic behind it. And that logic, I think Councilmember Burt went into very well. And it was nice being able to hear that context. So the kind of what I was hearing from that former council member really jived well with what Councilmember Burt was saying. So I don't need to repeat that. I think For me, I don't see a need to change anything here. I think the reasons for this cap that existed a couple of decades ago still continue to exist today. I think the concern about a large vacancy in downtown from one large tenant moving out, as Councilmember Burt described, is a really strong argument for this cap. But also, Palo Alto, we've always been an incubator for small businesses, especially in the tech industry. And one of the ways in which that we can do that is by having offices with a smaller kind of footprint in downtown. So I think there is a strong policy reason for supporting that. I empathize with the applicant not being able to fill this space, but I don't see it as much as an issue with the cap on this particular building, but more of just overall demand for offices is down across the region, and I think there are a lot of office owners who are experiencing a very similar issue. So I don't see a reason for us to really pursue any changes to this today.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Stone. Councilmember Vicky, I'm sorry, Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. Most of my questions have been answered, but it's an interesting question because the sort of the small grain approach here with I guess there's about 30,000 square feet, maybe a little more. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. We're not looking for more office space, but we're trying to say, can we have one tenant have more than one of what I understand is 4 separate offices? Is that right?
There's 4 in the core building at 260 Homer. There's 1 additional suite around the corner in a standalone building at 819 Ramona that we currently have as vacant. So there's 5 individual suites.
Okay. And I appreciate Councilmember Burt's point about the vacancy if one tenant leaves. It's also difficult because we can't fill the vacancies with the same tenant. There's issues either way. But we've seen some pretty bad with the circumstances with the former. So I'm glad he pointed that out. One of the things that came up in the staff report that I was a little curious about was that at one point, I know it was withdrawn, but there was a suggestion that in exchange for consideration at that point that there might be the applicant offered to remove medical office as a permitted use. And so that didn't happen. And so part of the question, I think we have this, if we let one tenant have more than one spot, we could end up with major vacancies. But if we have things like medical offices, I think the concern is that you'd have more parking needs, more traffic coming and going throughout the day, as opposed to law firms, which have pretty boring folks like me showing up in the morning and sitting there all day. Was there much expressed at the time? I would direct this to anyone who can answer it, about the traffic during the day being a consideration, and yet but we still came up with this 10,000 foot limit or 10,000 square foot limit. I didn't articulate that question very well, but I guess the thing is, it seems like if we're trying to keep the homey nature of the neighborhood, one consideration is not having big vacancies or big monolithic companies. Another consideration would be not, having the types of businesses that have a lot of back and forth foot traffic and parking needs all day. And I'm just wondering if that was part of the conversation at the time this deal was struck, because if it was already considered, that would be informative.
From the research that I was able to do, that's what I was able to surmise, as well as the concerns about foot traffic, vehicle traffic with a medical office use is more significant. Obviously, if we think of a dentist as some example of a medical office, that can cause more congestion and issues within the area for the residents who live there, and there were concerns in that aspect. And so at the time, the applicant had suggested or offered to remove that to try to alleviate some of those concerns. And then again, as you were noting, Councilmember Vinker, maybe put more of the boring office tenants, right, who sit there maybe more of the day rather than get in a car, drive in for an hour-long appointment or something else.
Yeah, and I guess where I'm going with this is this, since this is a study session, if this were to come back, I know that there was outreach done before this session to the residents nearby this building. I think postcards were sent and notices were put in the paper. And yet I don't think we had much of any resident saying they cared one way or another about this particular issue. And so I wonder if this were to come back, we could hear from the residents about what their druthers are on those two fronts. Because I think part of what as I understand it, the goal at the time these restrictions were put in place was to kind of maintain the homey atmosphere of the neighborhood. And so there's a question perhaps we put to the neighbors as to which one is more compatible with that. So and or would we trade one off for the other? So that's what I'm trying to get at. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I think to staff, this is set up right now that it could be mixed use housing in there, right? That's included in this zoning.
That is included in the zoning.
Right. So in terms of an alternative use that might be quite lucrative, that's something that the owner could look at. And as I understand it, the owner bought this with the restriction in place and knowledge of it. So while it does seem sort of de minimis, I think Councilmember Byrd is right on. We've had a lot of experiences of tenants getting small and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then they move to not only San Jose but to Texas. They just leave entirely, and that's a risk. I also think Vice Mayor's comments are absolutely right that kind of the target tenant here really should be the smaller company. And that was the intent in that homey kind of Hamish district there. So that might not be the primary objective now of the current owner, but I think that was the objective during the SOFA. So, and the innovations is in the startups and the smaller companies. So I guess I don't see this as a zoning issue, and I'm not hearing, haven't heard public comment yet, but haven't heard that much has changed, that everything is really the same. And so I'm not sure why it would shift right now. It seems more like the ups and downs of the real estate market for looking for a new 5,000, 6,000 square foot tenant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowing. I'm going to go and have public comments before we come back for closing statements or comments. So, Madam Clerk, please take up public comments.
Our first speaker is Liz G.
Good evening, Council. So yeah, this is an interesting item, mixed use residential / commercial. I would probably take a look at a couple different areas in the city. One is Mayfield Place, where they have a soccer field, residential bank, couple banks, and residential Mayfield Place. And also Fry's. That's kind of been an interesting decision, interesting and historic as far as commercial / residential use on parcels within the city of Palo Alto. So I guess my question here would be, how does this expansion help our, let me put the three words out there, housing, housing, and housing, and especially affordability in this mixed use area? It says, from the presentation, there's 2 luxury condos. Also this 5, they're calling them commercial condominiums. I'm not sure if that's / also residential use as well, live work situation. So what is the public benefit? Councilmember Burt, you talked about that in your decision in 2007. I don't see much of a public benefit here. by expanding more commercial. However, there would be a public benefit if there was an affordability issue, a component to this mixed use expansion where housing, a set aside. I'm not sure if they had a buyout, the 8 million, whatever it is, to buy out not having affordability in housing. I do want to point out that if you do expand this into commercial, it does put an impact on our housing whole, also our affordability, especially in more traffic, people doing their super commutes, coming in to clean these offices, workers seeking housing, tech workers, etc. So by expanding more commercial development will impact the overall infrastructure, electricity, sewer, all that stuff that we've been talking about for months, years. So yeah, that's all I have to say. I just really hope that you guys think about housing, more housing, affordability and housing under the canopy in our downtown areas, near services, near jobs, near schools, libraries, city services. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Karen H.
Good evening and thank you. Some of the comments I was going to make have been made, especially by Council Member for Mayor Burt. I was also on the SOFA 1 plan and SOFA 2 area plan working groups with Council Member Burt. This decision was made very intentionally and with great consideration. And with consideration of the context. It is a fine-grained residential character neighborhood with small offices and services. And just to the next block on Homer, those office buildings there, or service buildings there, are approximately 5,000 square feet each. And the last I looked, they were all occupied. Having to do, one question is that was raised. Yes, this is the only place where this zoning exists on this property, but that's the nature of an area plan. There's other zoning that only exists in this area plan, DHS, for instance, detached houses on small lots. But that's the nature of an area plan. There's a lot of study that's done, a lot of collection of information that's done, and even EIRs that are done to see what works and what would be appropriate for the area. Not continuing the small scale office size, in my opinion, continues something that I, again, personally think hurt Palo Alto, especially downtown, because the smaller startups, for instance, can't compete with larger companies and the rents that they can pay. I agree again with Councilmember Burt, sorry to reference you so many times, but when a larger entity leaves or departs, it leaves a big hole in the economy. The zoning isn't really an issue here. I think it is the economy. And perhaps the owner, they would have to answer this. I can't. I'm just sort of supposing here. Perhaps the owner is looking at the wrong kind of tenant, or has an opportunity for the kind of tenant that is high profile, but maybe not the kind of tenant that satisfies the zoning. I was talking with former Mayor Yoriko Kishimoto the other evening about this matter, and she reminded me that she was the one that made the motion, also being on the working group. She was the one that made the motion to put the office cap restriction in place. So I think those are my only comments. I think everything else has been covered, but I don't see, this has been in place for 20 years. And by the way, the F that was put on the screen says no less than 20 years. Does that mean it's expired? That's a legal question. I can't specifically answer, but no less than 20 years is a question. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you will stay the course.
That concludes public comment on item 4.
Very good. Thank you so much. Bringing it back to council, if there's any further comments, I'll just say that I appreciated Councilmember Lowing's question and confirmation that this is a residential mixed use, so potentially the office spaces can be considered for residential. And it sounds like the space or there is the ability to lease out the space, as the owner did say that it has been leased out. I also appreciate the context and the background that Councilmember Burt, as well as former Councilmember Holman, has provided. I do want to say that, with a coordinated plan, as we have seen with many of the plans that we have gone through recently, does take a lot of community engagement as well as communication, and their thoughts and their contributions are taken in consideration greatly. And so it almost seems like we would be breaking a promise, going in something different. And at this point, where is, how do we make sure that we keep the promise to ensure that it is a homey residential site location, but also that we want to make sure that if there are any changes, that huge, tremendous outreach to the neighbors are conducted. I see Councilmember Tanaka, slides on.
Yeah, thank you. So I've listened to my colleagues here, their thoughts about this site, and I think that, I've just been doing some research about some of the vacancy rates. We've never had higher vacancy rates ever in this area. I see this new historical high, one article after article, and we have a tough situation in retail. We we have a lot of empty office buildings. So for me, and here they're not asking for more square footage. It's just the type of or size of commercial, but the same number of square footage. So for me, I think we should show some flexibility. It makes a lot of sense. It's better to have buildings occupied than them vacant. So I, for one, would support the change.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also would be interested in learning more about this and potentially supporting the change, simply because the zoning designation is so specific to this particular site and occurred so long ago. The open question for me is, has the neighborhood, has the economic environment changed significantly such that whatever the levers we wanted to push then are levers we want to pull now? And I'm just not satisfied that we've yet reached the answer to those questions in tonight's discussion.
Thank you. I just want to also comment that as I'm looking at the staff report with the research for 4Q 2022, the historical triple net asking price rents, it looks like Menlo Park is pretty high, and then Palo Alto is pretty high as well. Well, I don't know if this has anything to do with this building, but that might be another consideration with the rents. I also saw that when Mr. Sauls pulled up the development agreement, that there was also a TDM plan. I'm wondering if, well, I'm just interested in the TDM plan. Love to take a look at it one day. Thank you. I don't see any other lights. So I think that we're gonna conclude, close this item. And with that, thank you, Mr. Late and Mr. Sauls. We're moving to consent calendar items. Is there any public comments?
Our first speaker is Rob L.
Hello, City Council members. I am also a Coverly High alumni, but I'm here to question and object to item 11 being sneaked into tonight's consent calendar, the last regular council meeting of the year. You would never know this item pertains to Castellea, as the text of the item never mentions Castellea School, but it references 220 Embarcadero, an empty lot for the last 33 years, which can't even be located on Zillow. Anyone looking for the search word Castellea would not have been notified. This item is a plain giveaway to Castellea of the Melville Avenue PUE, the public utility easement, which city manager told me some years ago he had already authorized. I fought this PUE giveaway for 6.5 years, as it will negatively impact our neighborhood. This is a giving and shifting of the Melville Avenue public utility easement where a main sewer line runs so that there can be a tunnel between the code violating underground garage and the underground part of the school, with the tunnel running 2.5 feet below the sewer main. So this is a sewer that runs down where Melville used to run, and 2.5 feet below that is a tunnel that Castellea has planned to run under the sewer. Any problems with the sewer happen, and the tunnel is 2.5 feet below. Sewage gets in the tunnel, then you have approved it. Seems like a dumb thing, but that's just the way it's set up now. What could go wrong? I might add that in 1992, when Gary Fazzino, Liz Niss, and the other council people gave Castellea Melville Avenue above ground, they had the sense to add a condition that if the abandoned Melville Avenue land was no longer used as a school, that Melville Avenue above ground would revert to the city of Palo Alto. So at the very minimum, such a clause should be added to this item such that when Castellea moves on, both the above ground and underground parts of Melville Avenue will revert to the city. But I must ask, if this PUE giveaway was already approved by the council, what's the point of this item? And if not, the public needs to weigh in on this important giveaway of city property, and a separate agenda item should be scheduled, and you should vote no on consent item 11. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz G.
Hi, yeah, good evening. I'm going to speak on about the consent calendar. I'd like to speak on the Williamson Act. I think it's number 6 there. And I spoke last year as well on this item. I'm not sure why it is a consent calendar item. The city is starved for land for housing. It's quite clear that the city, City Council, Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council members talk about the city not having land for housing. The Williamson Act is a very low tax bracket rate property tax. Apparently you have to have some kind of agricultural production on the property in order to get this low property tax. My question here is, let's put it on a regular agenda item. I think the public should know how much property the city of Palo Alto is getting at this low tax rate for agriculture, the number of properties, the acreage, where are they located. I do think it's a vital piece of information as we move forward with our housing element and with our housing starved area. I do want to mention that it seems every week that the consent calendar is getting larger and larger, which means it's locking out public discussion on many important items, as the gentleman just spoke before me. So please address that. 17, 20 items on a consent calendar and 4 or 5 on the regular agenda. I really would like to see the City Council to examine that. Thank you very much.
That concludes public comment on consent calendar items 5 through 20.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Does any council member want to make any comments? Any register no votes? I'll go. I am going to register a no vote on number 11 and number 13. Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 8, 14, and 19.
And we'll take a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Byrd.
No on 11.
Councilmember Lowing.
No on 11.
You guys are just registering no, right? There's 3 if you want to pull it, but if you're just registering no, then we'll keep it at no.
I will support pulling it.
So I.
Okay, so we're going to pull number 11. I will take a motion. I will move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak on 8, 14, and 19?
Sure. So 8 is a increase in wages. In general, for 2 of the 3 groups, I don't actually have an issue with. I do have an issue with the 3rd group, the FCA group, which right now has a total compensation of $483,000 a year. That's almost $500,000 a year. And it's double the increase of, let's say, the park rangers. And so to me, I can't support that. Especially given all the layoffs that we've been having this year and other economic difficulty. And then 14 was an increase to our payment technology company. And No, the original agreement was about 46.7K a year in 2017, and then increased to in June of 2022. So about a year and a half ago to $48,000 per year. So not a bad increase, but so this is 40K per year. And then the most recent contract, it goes up to almost 60K a year, right? So it's about a 24% increase. And if anyone follows any of the payment technology companies, but is that the cost of the technology is dropping like a rock, not increasing. So it's really bizarre why this cost keeps going up and goes up as much as it has. So I can't support that. And I really think we should have shopped around a bit more here. And then 19 is the registry. I mean, as I said last time, I think this is going to be the same situation with a business registry. Is the value is really unclear. A lot of the data is collecting we actually already got from other public sources. And what this essentially is doing is going to take property off the market, make it harder for people to get housing, and also increase costs to the renters. So I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. For my no vote on 13, again, I do have concerns on the closure of the streets without looking and further examining the retailers and personal businesses on the street. And there's already impacts now and how it's going to further impact them. I certainly hope that it is not going to eliminate businesses before we start getting more businesses and attracting them to these locations. Thank you. So this concludes consent calendar items, and we'll go to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see if I could request city clerk's assistance. All right, next slide, please. Just a few items as we close out your calendar year. We would like to highlight a few items for the end of the year, beginning of January for council and community awareness. First off, our weather today is a good reminder of the need to prepare for our winter. Would note that we had our test of our emergency notification system last week, and we're still compiling some of the results, but certainly reinforce the value of doing a test like that, and look forward to doing that annually. And also a good reminder for anyone who has not yet signed up for Alert SCC to please go ahead and do that. Secondly, we do have our standing homepage for storm updates, cityofpaloalto.org/storm updates. When the weather does turn, a good resource for tracking conditions, as well as additional information on ongoing activities. And then finally, noting this morning's power outage affecting number of households in South Palo Alto. A good bookmark as well related to power outages is our cityofpaloalto.org/outage map. For folks who are affected by the outage this morning, hopefully did receive notifications. If not, again, you can see where to sign up for those notifications on this page, as well as, again, receiving updates for the restoration as our crews were able to do really through the morning today. Next slide, please. With the beginning of the new calendar year, wanted to note a couple of key milestones that will be occurring. First, with the city's new business tax. January 1st is the first payment due for businesses that are subject to payments. So we have had our notifications and outreach ongoing for the last several months. And for anyone looking for current information, it's at our website, cityofpaloalto.org/business tax. Also related to wages in the upcoming calendar year, with 2024, the new minimum wage in the city goes to $17.80 with criteria as noted here. And that information is also available on the city's homepage. Next slide, please. Also want to note for community awareness that our annual survey or opportunity for structured input to the City Council's annual priority setting is now open and we'll be receiving community input through January 2nd. This is the annual opportunity for community members to weigh in on city's priorities, leading to the council's priority setting session, which is scheduled for Monday, January 29th. And that will give us time to compile and transmit that information to the council. Would also note that the Policy and Services Committee last week had an opportunity to discuss some of the format, and we'll be bringing that information back to the full council after the first of the year. Next slide, please. Then looking forward into the month of January, noting that your first business meeting will actually be on the 16th of January. Soon thereafter, we have a number of ongoing planning efforts, not the planning department, but plans, development of plans. And so would highlight a few here in the month of January on all Wednesdays, interesting enough. On the 17th, related to the proposed Recreation Wellness Center, community meeting will be held, a hybrid community meeting held at Mitchell Park Community Center. Then the following Wednesday, regarding the San Antonio Corridor Visioning Workshop. And again, as the council is well aware, with proposed residential development along the San Antonio Corridor, this is a project being undertaken by the Cal Poly San Luis Obispo student class with advisor assisting the city in developing an initial vision for the corridor. And this is an in-person only session that will be on Wednesday, January 24th. And then finally, the following Wednesday, our bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan will be holding a workshop, which is virtual. So trying a variety of media here as opportunities for community members to weigh in on each of these planning efforts. Next slide, please. Then finally, looking at your agendas in the upcoming weeks, noting that on January 8th, that will be your annual reorganization with the selection of the mayor and vice mayor for the calendar year. Then going to the following week, since Monday, January 15th will be is Martin Luther King Jr. Day, holiday. Your first business meeting of the year will be on January 16th, Tuesday. You have a tree ordinance review and a Tesla utility agreement on your action agenda. Following week, your financial forecast, as well as your annual legislative items. And then, as noted earlier, on the 29th, your special session for council priority setting. And then looking forward to February, just wanted to highlight your mid-year budget review coming in the month of February. And that concludes my comments. Mayor Koo, back to you.
Thank you, City Manager. Our next item actually is to go on break. And I was wondering if council members need a break. We can go for 5 minutes and then come back. Actually 4 minutes. So we come back exactly at 8:30. 8:30. Thank you. Our first item is action item AA2. And this is actually a agenda item that was pulled from consent at its second reading, adoption of an ordinance implementing program 1.1A and 1.1B of the housing element, including one, new chapter 18.14, housing incentives, and two, modifications to base zoning districts throughout Title 18. Adoption of a resolution making corresponding changes to the land use and design element of the comprehensive plan. Mr. Late?
Great, thank you, Mayor. And good evening again, City Council.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, yes.
I need to ask Council Member
Thank you.
Venker to say her disclosure.
Thank you. No, I was just going to say that similar to the first reading, I need to recuse myself for part of this that addresses Stanford properties. So I will step out for that and come back for the ultimate vote.
Thank you, Council Member Venker. And staff, will you let me know when we come to the point where we can call Council Member Venker back? Thank you. Okay, Director Late.
Thank you again. So yes, we, last week, the City Council, or three council members wanted to pull this item from the consent calendar. You'd already had a public hearing on this matter on November 13th. One of the property owner representatives for one of the properties in the housing focus area had expressed some concerns, listed a few potential issues with some of the development standards. Staff has since had an opportunity to meet with the representative and his team. And there were three main points that were discussed. One had to do with building height or the setback height from El Camino Real. Another had to do with floor area. And a third point having to do with building modulation for parcels for parcels on larger lots. And in our review of the record and the intent of the ordinance, we did find that, at least on that last point with building modulation, there was a need to clarify staff's intent with respect to building modulation. The standard that was written in the ordinance was unclear. And so we've made some edits to address that specific issue. And they were relatively de minimis changes. The other two issues related to height and floor area, we believe are more substantive and would not qualify. We don't believe it would qualify as for a second reading change at this time. However, if the City Council were interested in directing staff to explore future changes, that is direction that you could give us this evening, or you could ask the housing ad hoc to work with staff on exploring that, as we also consider extending the housing focus area later in this upcoming year, as previously directed by council. Anyways, that said, it is important to move forward with the ordinance that is before you and take action this year. We are under a state mandate to have the housing element implementation regulations adopted and effective before the end of January 31st, 2024. So with that, I will pause and note there's basically two actions that you're taking. One is to just want to think that through a minute. We have an action on the ordinance relative to the discrete change that staff is making on the to the building modulation requirement. And then the second action, and this is where Councilmember Vinker would be invited back in to vote on the resolution amending or adopting the changes to the land use element. And that's set forth in your report as well this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And just to be clear, Director Late, the recommendation here, the first one is adopt the resolution. So Councilmember Vinker can come back at that one?
Yeah, I don't know that you need to switch. You don't have to follow that order. You could have your discussion on the housing focus area first and then come back to the resolution.
I'm just making sure that we call her back at the right moment and that we're going to be discussing number 2.
you'll discuss 2 first and number 1 second. And when you discuss number 1, Councilmember Finker will come back out for that.
And we can discuss number 3 at the same time?
I don't know what 3 is. Any other changes? Yeah. So relative to any other changes to the housing focus area, you should consider 3 with 2. Which
Okay.
is why this item was pulled, is to address the housing focus area.
Okay, so council members, we're going to be discussing 2 and 3 right now. We'll take public comments.
Our first speaker is Liz G.
Thank you, Council, Mayor Koo and Vice Mayor Stone for presenting this. I would just like to bring up a little bit of housing history as you go to approve or vote on these ordinances. Housing, inclusionary housing, equitable housing, diverse housing, there's a really strong history in it. My 2 sons, they're 4th generation Palo Altans, their great grandmother, Gerda Eisenberg, in 1945, she actually got a letter from FDR regarding inclusive housing, which is called the Lawrence Tract. She came up with this. She was a humanitarian and a human rights humanitarian. It's called the Lawrence Tract, and it's off of Colorado. It's 12 single-family homes that housed Chinese, African Americans. Lawrence, actually, the name is after the first African American professor of Stanford, and also Japanese and German Jewish immigrants from World War II. She later formed the Palo Alto Housing Association. Actually, in 1945, that was called Fair Play Housing. In 1947, she formed the Palo Alto Housing Association. There's actually dissertations being written at this moment from University of Oregon on the subject of inclusionary housing. I just want to, again, support inclusionary housing within our canopy of the city. It has been done. It can be done again. We don't need to have, housing pushed out to the Bay Shore or, along El Camino entirely. As a couple of weeks ago, the assistant city attorney did indicate that 50% of low-income housing was designated for the Bay Shore area, Fabian and San Antonio. And so I'm quite worried about this. I think that we can put more denser housing within our city, close to city services, schools, libraries. As such, it has been done. It was done in 1947 with the Lawrence Tract. There is still descendants from that area, from that street, Lawrence Court, actually living in the area. Have grown up in Palo Alto. So that's all I wanted to say is a little piece of history. Gerda Eisenberg. Let's keep her legacy alive for inclusionary, denser housing within our canopy. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on action item AA2.
All right, thank you. We'll bring it back to council. You know what? I don't see any lights. Okay, I do see a light now. Councilmember Lowing.
I just wanted to very briefly, as a housing element and housing ad hoc committee member, endorse the staff report. I think they did a really good job after chatting with one of the applicants. And I think it's very clear here that one item is going to be adjusted right now and should be approved in the second reading. And there's some other things that can be discussed later if it's mutually acceptable to, move that direction. So I think we should support this.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
I wanted to say the same thing, Mayor, that there are clearly some things that need to be approved tonight in the second reading, but some items for further conversation that have already been taken up with the applicant and just need to be hammered out further regarding the step back height, I think, and the grading and step back height, as I understand it. Is that consistent with what you were saying, Councilmember Lowing?
Yeah, I don't know if the word's grading, but the setback height, yeah. Higher up, yeah.
I would like to see that happen. Thank you.
I don't see any other lights. We'll take motions too.
I'd be happy to move the staff motion here.
And the staff motion is,
Packet page 490, item 2, adopt on second reading attached housing element implementation ordinance.
and you also gave staff direction on number 3 too, right?
I think there are ongoing conversations that can come up in the future. I'm not sure how much more specific we need to be on that.
So I guess so the way the ordinance was drafted, we would anticipate that some design modifications might be needed for the project application that was submitted for 3150. That's a pending application with the city. The housing focus area doesn't necessarily isn't designed to that project, and the ordinance as drafted would necessitate some design modifications. So to the extent that we don't have formal direction to revisit the step back height, which is, I believe, really the only outstanding issue at this point, then we would pick it up again, most likely when we consider extending the housing, when we study extending the housing focus area to other parts of El Camino, which the council has not. You've identified that as something that you want to do, and then we're going to come back with our priority objectives for the next year, and that will presumably be on the list, and it would be studied at that time. If the council were interested in a more immediate response, then that would be direction that we would need to revisit that step back issue. Now, I will note, and this is an area where the applicant and staff have not necessarily come to a place of agreement, is that the project, we believe the project could be built in compliance with the housing focus area standards that the council approved. And the applicant is asserting that there are some challenges with that.
So if I could suggest an efficient process, we could have it such that in ongoing conversations with that applicant or others, as that comes up, the planning director could give a recommendation on what we should do there to the housing ad hoc. And we could discuss it with the planning director and then come back to council with a recommendation from the ad hoc.
That would be fine.
Should we incorporate that into my motion?
And you would need a second?
Yeah, I would need a second.
Oh, can you repeat? So it, come to Madam Clerk. So the motion is?
Well, the motion is what?
Adopt a second.
Number 2 is. And the second part of that, in the place of item 3, would be that the planning director can come to the ad hoc committee with other possible suggested changes to this focus area. And it would come to the ad hoc, who would discuss with the planning director and then make a recommendation to council.
Second. Just add in the housing ad hoc.
Yes, sorry.
Second.
And then Councilmember Lithcott Hames seconds this motion. Does this look good to you, maker and seconder?
It's fine to
Staff?
me because everyone knows that an ad hoc has to come back to council with any recommendation. So it works for me.
Staff?
I think I saw a thumbs up from the seconder.
Yeah, I did see that. Thank you. I was waiting for staff. So while they're discussing the motion, I'm just gonna say that I'm not going to be supporting this. I did not support the first reading, and I still continue to believe that another community favored bites the dust to make space for market rate housing, with really minuscule, genuine, affordable housing being built, as these unfunded state mandates continue to impose on planning our built environment. As these state giveaways are forcing cities to do this, they should be asking for 50 or 55% of the below market rate units that are deed restricted. This does not address our housing affordability issues that we're being faced with. It's not helping our middle class or lower class, or lower income class with affordability. Furthermore, it undermines the community with little benefits. I don't see any more lights, so you can call the vote. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone. Oh. And then Councilmember Vinker recused. Thank you. Motion carries.
Yes, please. Welcome back, Councilmember Vinker. And now we'll address number one, which is adopt a resolution updating the land use and design element of the comprehensive plan to be consistent with programs 1.1A and 1.1B of the housing element.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Lowing, second. Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that I've been watching the proceedings while I was outside of the room and feel ready and prepared to vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other comments. So when you're ready, Madam Clerk, you can take our vote.
Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Ames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. And that concludes item AA2. And we'll move to item number 21, which is discussion and confirmation of the preferred alternative concept plan line for the University Avenue Streetscape Improvements Project and authorization for the city manager to develop and refine the scope of work for future phases through a contract amendment. Good evening.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, and council members. My name is Holly Boyd. I'm Assistant Director for Public Works. I'd like to introduce you to the project team that will be presenting on this item tonight. First, we have Steve Guagliardo, Assistant to the City Manager, Mega Bansal, Senior Engineer in Public Works, and additionally, we have Robert Stevens, Project Manager from our consultant team at CSW. So we are here tonight to discuss, oops, next slide, please. We are here tonight to discuss and confirm the preferred concept plan line for the University Avenue streetscape improvements, and to that end of enhancing the economic vitality and community experience for the downtown business district. With that, I will turn it over to Steve.
Thank you, Holly. Good evening, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, and members of the council. Steve Guagliardo. I'm an assistant to the city manager, and I focus on the city's economic development efforts. That's exactly why I'm here before you tonight, is to talk about how this item before you relates to economic development, even though it looks and feels like a physical infrastructure project. Hey, if you can go to the next slide, please. So economic development is an issue that's been front and center before this council for the past few years. That's reflected in its inclusion as a council priority in each of those years. This year, it presented as the economic recovery and transition priority. As we've moved to actual discrete objectives, there was an objective included for this particular project. That's on the screen now. It's I. It's approved the concept plan for the University Avenue streetscape. Really here at this stage to talk about where we're at in the process. We're really looking for a read from council on approving the concept plan that we have and going forward. And that's really foundational to the work of economic development on University Avenue. Through this project, we interacted with a variety of stakeholders, and there was a great deal of support for reinvesting in our downtown. Hey, if you can go to the next slide. This support was echoed by our economic development consultant, StreetSense, who helped us develop the overall comprehensive economic development strategy that council approved earlier this year in August. They had a recommendation specifically focused on University Avenue downtown to redesign the streetscape to provide wider sidewalk space for walking, gathering, and outdoor dining through a construction project to be funded through property owners. This ties right into their first recommendation, which was to upgrade spaces to promote district definition and encourage activation of those various districts. The streetscape, the physical streetscape, is literally foundational to our Main Street environment in downtown University Avenue. It provides the common infrastructure that helps attract tenants, visitors, and spending. We know that people want to patronize places that are not only safe and clean, but offer that compelling visitor experience. We're lucky and unlucky in Palo Alto that we have a variety of competition for our downtown University Avenue space. There's Stanford Shopping Center, there's Santana Row, there's even Town and Country to a lesser extent. Each of these are single owner properties that offer a compelling visitor experience. What we're seeking to do with this project is offer a similar compelling visitor experience and really trying to provide that foundation that allows people to enjoy the amenities that we're proposing. Those are things like outdoor dining. Those are things like vehicular circulation. Those are things like activation of a space that can be used for encouraging people to patronize our district. And part of the reason we're here tonight is because this project is long overdue. The graph you can see there shows what it looks like to invest in a kind of downtown commercial core. This is from StreetSense's initial report to council last November. You can see that the lifespan of a space, of a commercial corridor like this, really peaks around year 10 or so, and then it starts to decline somewhat. The last time there was significant investment in the University Avenue streetscape was before Matt Rashki had started his career with the city of Palo Alto. It was 1998 that we did the last work we did on University Avenue streetscape proper. And so just really important to keep in mind that we are already past the peak in this graph. We are a number of years past it. And that brings us to the issue of scale, both for timing and cost that we're talking about tonight. So we're not talking about designing for today or really even designing for tomorrow. What we're really looking to do with this concept plan is take the opportunity we have to make a significant reinvestment in downtown University Avenue and make it something that works for all of the stakeholders. One of the things in that timeline is the issue of parklets. So this does not discount the work that the council has done on a permanent parklet program. Parklets will continue to have a space to operate on University Avenue, even if this concept plan that we're proposing tonight is approved, up and until construction begins on University Avenue. And after that, parklets would continue to be able to operate inside streets and other corridors. But what we heard talking to stakeholders, what we've seen in other competing areas is that unified look and feel is really one of the compelling visitor experiences. And we think we're getting there for an outdoor dining experience that's sited immediately adjacent to the restaurants in the Commerce Zone. I'm jumping the gun a little bit, but I just want people to know that there are those factors that have been contemplated in this project. And with that, I'm happy to turn it over to Mega to talk more about the project.
Next slide. Good evening, council members. I'm Megha Bansal, Senior Engineer at the city's Public Works Department. I will quickly go over the scope of the streetscape study. So in fall of 2021, council directed staff to proceed with an RFP to study transforming University Avenue to promote economic vitality and vibrancy of the street. The scope of work components listed in the RFP were approved by council in their September 13, 2021 meeting. The components are to adapt the public realm to enhance retail environment, maximize pedestrian and bicycle use, maintain two-way vehicular access, parking opportunities, loading zones and rideshare spaces, enhance the overall appearance and activation of the street with physical enhancements such as widened sidewalk, lighting, amenities, facilitate safe and convenient temporary closures of the street to motor vehicles for special events. And also the project will likely be funded by the property owners fronting the improvement area through an assessment district. Subsequently, in February of 2022, council approved a consultant contract with our consultant CSW, authorizing phase 1 services, which included development of the preferred concept alternative, which is what we are going to present to you tonight. I would also like to note that the concept plans developed as part of this study, phase 1, is focused on big picture street configuration constraints and opportunities, and finer details for the street features will be developed as part of future phases of the project with input from the community, the stakeholders, and cities, boards, and commissions such as ARP, PTC, and PPAC. So with that, I pass on the presentation to Robert, our consultant from CSW.
Thank you, Mega. Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's a privilege to come tonight to discuss the update on the University Avenue Streetscape project, and it's been a privilege working with the staff, community members, and stakeholders on planning this effort. Next slide, please. So again, we're really talking about the public realm of University Avenue, really spanning from Alma to Middlefield. And as Steve mentioned, as cities and commercial property owners throughout California are trying to rebrand their destinations. They're trying to enhance the retail environment. So, we're really in competition with all these different organizations really to bring people to our downtown, to make it a robust and attractive place where retail and restaurants can thrive. So again, this project is really focusing on the public right-of-way, which is what is in our purview to enhance and beautify. It's really the area between the buildings. Next slide, please. So we started this process with a four-pronged approach, really to try to get a feel for what folks were thinking about University Avenue. We were very fortunate to get some volunteers, and we called them the Block Ambassadors. They were a group of local folks that were either business owners, property owners, residents, or interested folks that knew University Avenue, knew the opportunities, knew the constraints, and really sort of had an idea of the importance of University Avenue. And we were able to work with them through a series of meetings from last November up until last month to really kind of shape the focus of what the streetscape, the recommendations of the streetscape. Last March, we had a community meeting that was well attended in the library. And then from March to April, we held an online survey to get a feel for how people were using University Avenue and what they'd like to see. And we were fortunate to get about 712 responses. And then we were working with the various staff of the city to really understand how they could best serve the community and work to make University Avenue the best street it can be. Next slide, please. So through the process, the comments on the left are what we heard either through direct outreach with Block Ambassadors or the community meeting. Folks were really looking at creating a really economically vibrant street with a diverse array of retail and restaurants. And that could only happen with a really fun and lively place to be. People didn't really want to see major changes. They wanted it to be clean, safe, visually attractive. We heard a lot about simple, just be simple. There was a large group that was really interested in preserving on-street parking. They thought that was a really important component of making University Avenue a success. And finally, we heard folks say that sometimes the events that close University Avenue down, kind of like the art walk that happened last summer, can pose a bit of a challenge for some of our businesses there. So we want to work with the businesses to kind of figure out if there's a different way that could be programmed. Some are actually advocating that we relocate those events to the Civic Center. Again, our survey results on the right confirmed some of the conversations we had, concerns, business vacancies, really a decrease in retail operations. And then top three improvements, really, create a better zone for outdoor dining, create a really robust sidewalk so people can really use that space and create social gathering spaces. So if I grab a cup of coffee or an ice cream, I have a place to sit on the street and enjoy it. Next slide, please. So in a perfect world, if we were going to design University Avenue today, we would have, a dedicated sidewalk zone that had, really robust width for places to eat and to sit. We'd make that 20 feet wide if we could on either side of the road. We'd provide a protected bicycle lane so that they're physically separated from motor vehicles. We provide that on-street parking. We provide 2 lanes of travel in both directions. And if we were to do that, we would need about 94 feet between buildings. Next slide, please. But we don't have that. Today, and since the late 1800s, we've only had about 75 feet. That provides us with about 12.5 feet of sidewalks. And as I had dinner there this evening in the rain, it's tough to walk down that street, even on a night where maybe it's not that busy. Even 2 people walking side by side, it's a difficult challenge to get down University Avenue. So widening that street, widening that sidewalk would make that a much more pleasurable experience. But we have the great London plane trees and this wonderful tree canopy that makes University Avenue a really great place to be. Our pavement's in great condition out there. We made a really proactive investment over the years in maintaining our infrastructure. But our sidewalks and some of our concrete out there is starting to show signs of wear. So some of that, improving that, making that look nice, would keep us on par with other communities throughout the Bay Area. Next slide, please. So, we took a snapshot in time and we were curious about, well, what's happening with parking? So this is a look at the parking, the off-street parking garages. And the gold line at the top shows the occupancy pre-COVID. And it shows it at 12 o'clock, at lunchtime, and then in the afternoon. And you can see we're about 80% occupied during that zone, which is kind of the sweet spot. That's where we want to be. If I go to find a place to park, I can find a place to park. We're also maximizing our investment because we don't have too many unwanted stalls there. You can see down below in the colors below, we've done a series of surveys, including one last October that shows sort of our post-pandemic. You can see the red line there, that was from October. We've had a bit of a bump in occupancy, which is good because it means there's folks either returning to work or coming down to shop and dine, but we're not yet back to where we were pre-COVID. Next slide. So then, working with stakeholders, we started to think about different options for University Avenue. And this first option, option number one, we're calling it the bikeway option. You can see this option maintains 2 travel lanes down the street. It provides the cycle track or the class 4 bicycle facility that has a physical separation from the travel lanes. And you can see the sidewalks on either side of the road here. The important thing to note here is if we take away all the parking along University Avenue, we wind up with a very robust sidewalk width, maybe 18 feet or so. If we provide loading zones on University Avenue or on-street parking, our sidewalk widths get down to about 9.5 feet. It's a very narrow sidewalk. It's less than we have today. It's definitely not ideal for what stakeholders have told us they want. Next slide, please. So this option here, the Paseo option, option number 2, looks at really widening the sidewalks to the maximum extent we possibly can. So you can see here on the left, it's a very wide sidewalk of about 20 feet wide. We have travel lanes in either direction. We also added some class 2 bicycle lanes here. You can see here, we're showing some parking drop-offs there on the right side of the screen. Where that parking there is, it narrows the sidewalk down a bit. So again, if we were to have a really robust sidewalk, a 20-foot wide sidewalk, ideally we would have no on-street parking and we would have our travel lanes and that would be just about it. Next slide, please. So, we heard that, sidewalk space is important, but we also heard that providing on-street parking is important. And we also know that, from good urban design, we want to provide some level of on-street parking because it tends to compress the street, creates activity, tends to slow vehicles down. So, we're fans and we think that on-street parking makes sense along University Avenue. So this option number 3, we're calling it Activation Flex. It widens the sidewalk quite a bit here, provides us with on-street parking, 2 travel lanes in each direction. And again, it meets, next slide, please, actually. So here are some examples of sort of the elements that we'd like to see as this develops. We have a robust, active street, people sitting, people enjoying the space outside. We have landscaping, other amenities along the corridor. Next slide, please. This is a plan view looking down at one block. You can see here the on-street parking on either side of the street. You can see that we're maintaining all of the existing trees. They're bulbed out into the parking areas. At every intersection, there's a bulb out that narrows the crossing distance, helping pedestrians get across the street and helping to calm traffic. And then I want to draw your attention to the top right side of the screen there. We talk about a commercial space. We talk about a pedestrian space, and we talk about a kind of a streetscape zone there. The this is sort of breaking up the sidewalk. So against the buildings, we have a width of about 6.5 feet. And that's where we could have outdoor dining. We could have retailers could put their wares out on the street there. We still maintain about 8 feet wide, so pedestrians could circulate up and down the street. And we keep 3 feet against the curb line to allow folks to egress from their vehicles, as well as we can put street lights or other elements and other furnishings along the corridor. Next slide, please. So this is just another snapshot of time. This option here, by converting the existing angle stalls to parallel stalls, we lose a little parking efficiency. So there is a reduction in overall stalls, on-street stalls on the corridor. It's showing about 48 stalls are removed. If we assume that those 48 stalls would be redistributed to the garages, on average, it's a pretty minimal impact to the garages. Our garages still stay within their 80% target zone of occupancy. So we think that removal of those on-street stalls is a really reasonable approach here. Next slide, please. So again, we think that maintaining a special event space for road closures within the zone here, we think makes a lot of sense. We'd like to work with stakeholders about planning those events maybe a little bit better and working with them so that the retailers and restaurants don't feel that their business has been impacted. But we think that that's a really good programming aspect to really create excitement and bring new patrons to University Avenue. Next slide, please. So this is a slide that shows how the sidewalk space could be used here. And you can see that this is sort of a typical University Avenue restaurant or cafe. And a lot of the parcels on University Avenue are about 50 feet wide. So if the sidewalk here is about 17.5 feet, and if we reserve the first 6.5 feet adjacent to the building for outdoor dining, you could get about 6 4-top tables inside there. And you'd still preserve all of that open space along the sidewalk for folks to walk up and down the street. In this configuration, we don't have servers crossing through the sidewalk space to the parking area or the parklets. Everything's kind of contained against the restaurant, provides a lot of efficiencies there. You'll notice that there's a barrier proposed here. We understand that ABC requires a barrier if you're going to serve alcoholic beverages on a city street. Next slide, please. So this is just a brief summary of the 3 different options. One, the bikeway, really great for bikes, really great for cyclists, allows, folks to zoom on bikes straight through. Takes away all our on-street parking stalls. We kind of think that vehicle speeds might actually increase because they don't have the friction of the parked vehicles there. We're kind of concerned about spaces if we don't provide any drop-offs or loading zones there, it's going to look very uniform. It also doesn't meet the fire department's criteria for width for buildings that are taller than 30 feet. So if a building was going to be constructed along University Avenue that's taller than 30 feet, they might have some challenges about getting permits. Second one, great option, very, very wide sidewalks, very robust. Again, same issue with the bikeway option. We take away our parking, we might have unintended consequences. So again, option 3, we think that this really balances what our stakeholders and community groups have told us, right? We provide a robust sidewalk that provides outdoor dining and retail options. We preserve 75% of the on-street stalls, and it's really kind of the best option given the constraints that we face. Next slide, please. So now, looking at it at this, concept level, we're anticipating a cost of about $40 million. Of course, more analysis needs to go into refine this. We're looking at, this is kind of $20, $30. So we're looking in the future, we're adding inflation to it. This is both hard and soft costs to get us there. As we understand it today, the city has not programmed any funds to actually implement this project. So this is likely going to be funded through a combination of sources, primarily an assessment district, development impact fees, and if the city is fortunate enough to obtain grants, federal or state grants might help pay for some of this. So a little bit about an assessment district. The city would form a special assessment district should the 2/3 of the fronting property owners agree that that's a good idea. Just to note, there's 3 city-owned properties along University Avenue. And also, an assessment district cannot be borne simply, the property owners fronting it cannot bore 100% of the costs of the assessment district. Proposition 218, which I think was approved by the voters in the 90s, basically divides general versus specific benefits. So the city's responsible for some of the general benefits. And in addition to the $40 million we've mentioned, there would be some additional costs required to form the assessment district. We need to retain a municipal a bond attorney and some various other elements associated with that. Next slide, please. So again, we're going to build this. We want to make it robust. We want to make it a great space for the future. So we're going to need to do a higher level of maintenance out there. We're going to need to do a little more street sweeping, reduce power washing, trash removal. We think that's about $395,000 of cost in today's dollars. And again, we want to bring people to this site. If you think about some of the activities that downtown Redwood City does, we might want to do some concerts, some movies, some plays, maybe not complete street closures, but maybe something at Lytton Plaza on a Friday night, might bring folks down. That could be funded and managed through a district management entity. And we programmed that at about $250,000 per year in today's dollars. Next slide, please. So with that, I'll turn it back to Mega.
So on next steps, if council directs staff to proceed with the preferred concept plan tonight, staff will amend the consultant contract for phase 2 services that includes preliminary design and environmental assessment, and also refinement of cost and additional outreach. After completion of phase 2, concurrently with phase 2, city will need to retain a municipal bond council for the assessment district planning, election, and implementation. And after completion of phase 2, phase 3 would include final design, construction documents, and bidding. And then finally, it would be phase 4 construction, which is anticipated over a 2-year period. Next slide, please. In closing, again, tonight, we are seeking a council's confirmation on option 3 as the preferred concept plan for the University Avenue streetscape improvements, and also council's direction to amend the consultant contract for future phases. So that concludes our presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I think I'm going to go to public comments first, because I'd love to hear, I think we should hear from the public. So can you tell me how many commenters we have?
We currently have 11 public comments for action item 11, 12.
Thank you. All right, let's do public comments. And we'll do 2 minutes.
Our first speaker is Vikran B.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, rest of the council members. My name is Vikram, and I'm part of the Roo Restaurant on University Avenue. If you haven't dined there, I invite you all to come and dine. Really good experience. First thing I want to say is I pose this preferred 3 option for the mere fact that for all practical purposes, it actually eliminates the parklets, right? Especially from the fact that we have a permanent parklet program that was approved by the city. And now the 6 feet or the 6.5 feet, we already had that even before the parklet program was approved. We already have those tables. So if you look at the overall revenue numbers that our restaurants have been able to do post-COVID, 20 to 25% of my revenue actually comes from the parklets. So if you eliminate the parklet from that equation, it has a big impact, especially given the inflation that's going on in the market right now and the food prices and everything else being so high. So it puts a big dent in our overall revenue stream, right? On top of that, we've seen what the last development of the street caused in terms of the challenges. It will also disrupt the businesses and cause loss of business additionally, right? Other piece of the picture, like, there are about 7 parklets on the University Avenue, roughly two parking spots each. That's roughly about 14 parking spots. Even if you keep those parklets on and do the option 3 or whatever option we end up finally with, it's not going to make a huge difference because, as the consultant mentioned, that the parking spots are still way below the pre-COVID levels, right? Way below the 80% occupancy level. So that's not really like, adding anything by eliminating these parklets. It's removing an option that is very healthy. Lots of customers come and enjoy that. And it makes it like, a big business dent for us. Last piece that I would say is we can spend
Your time is up. Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Clayton A.
Hello, Council. My name is Clayton, a partner at local union restaurant on University Avenue, and we strongly oppose the Streetscapes program. This project will cause many restaurants on University Avenue to lose valuable outdoor seating by requiring the removal of our parklets. This proposal outlaws the already permitted and established parklets just after City Council voted 7-0 on the permanent parklet program. Our specific restaurant will lose over 25 tables of outdoor dining. This will equate to over $400,000 a year in lost revenue, and I'll have to reduce my staff by over 25%. These are all lower income staff members who are trying to support their families. The restaurants in Palo Alto contribute the majority of sales tax revenue for the city, and this project will drastically reduce that revenue. This project also directly impacts the permanent parklet program, which will go into effect in April. We have invested over $80,000 in fees, architects, and construction costs in that parklet, and we help make University Avenue a beautiful space for the community to enjoy dining safely and comfortably. The city has changed these rules and regulations on the parklet multiple times the past few years, all at our expense. We're forced to conform to new standards in the next few months. These constant changes have been very expensive for our business. If the city passes this program, the construction required will cause us to remove the parklet. This 2-year construction project will eliminate covered and heating outdoor dining on University Avenue. Ultimately, it will destroy the small businesses who are already struggling. This project will cost the city $40 million and also reduce the sales tax revenue collected by the city during construction. We can use that money to make University Avenue beautiful without that construction. Look at Castro Street and Mountain View. These streets are closed to cars and businesses have flourished with outdoor dining at a very minor expense to the city. We strongly oppose the Streetscape program. We hope the city will work alongside small businesses with their already approved parklets instead of driving us away with another expensive construction parklet. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I just want to let everybody know that if you don't finish what you're commenting on, please make sure you email it to all of us. Okay, thank you, Mr. Vikram.
Our next speaker is Claudia.
Hello, my name is Claudia and I'm the owner and operator of Cafe Venetia on University Avenue.
Mayor and council members, I come to you today to consider the value that cafes, restaurants, and bars have in our community. We not only contribute to the bulk sale taxes in downtown Palo Alto, but we also create social capital that is so important in today's polarized society. This social capital takes the form of increased happiness, more trustworthiness among us, and a safer community. Dr. Laurie Santos of Yale University provides evidence of this in her research on happiness. Not a day goes by that a customer runs into me to thank me for running this business, for it is there where they make their friends. This preferred alternative option 3 will essentially eliminate the sunny outdoor social platform that our customers have become accustomed to. The proposed commerce zone is only 6.5 feet on the sidewalk, of which 4 feet we already are authorized to encroach upon. This means that we'll lose 80% of our outdoor space. Not only they, the residents or citizens, will have fewer sunny spaces to commune in downtown Palo Alto and thus go elsewhere to stay home altogether, but they will also be less happy. Your parklet program has provided us with much needed breathing room economically and not just physically. This sector continues to be very fragile. Every other year, we get a curveball, not allowing us any sort of stability. The elimination of parklets will yet be another blow to our fate. Please vote against this reconfiguration to eliminate parklets. Our stability and the community's well-being depends on that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mason F.
Hello, board members. My name is Mazen, and I own the Crevine restaurant on University Avenue. I have been self-employed for over 36 years in the restaurant business. In the past few years and right after the pandemic, prior to the last few years, we've seen University Avenue kind of just get along and compete with the Stanford Shopping Center and other beautiful places around. Although the concept of beautifying University Avenue is great, but the truth is it's the parklets that enhanced it. Now, the uptick in people walking, people sitting and dining and enjoying themselves is due strictly to the parklets. We will lose over 80% of our seating if this project moves forward. It is something that many restaurants on University Avenue just cannot afford to do. In San Jose, we own another restaurant. The parklet was removed because the city of San Jose has given us grants to redo our parklets on permanent basis. In the last 6 weeks, ever since the parklet has been removed, we saw our sales go down 22%. University Avenue will face that, and even probably to a greater degree, because the people that we have coming and walking on our sidewalk now will just find other places to dine, enjoy the outdoor dining, and not come to University Avenue. So please consider this very carefully, and it will hurt many businesses on University Avenue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy A.
Good evening, Council. Amy Ashton. I am a proud downtown resident. I participated in several of the community outreach meetings for this project. I understand the issues of multiple players, competing priorities, and a very constrained right-of-way. As a daily cyclist to University Avenue, I know the preferred alternative isn't perfect. If you choose to move ahead with it, please consider ways that we can narrow the proposed 13-foot wide drive aisles. 70% of accidents happen on roads more than 12 feet wide, despite the fact that these roads are only 15% of our roadways. To better protect all our road users, a 4-foot, perhaps open door lane could be painted on the ground in order to narrow the travel width. Signage, copious signage could be utilized to create awareness and slow speeds and just make everyone safer on these roads. As a patron of University Avenue businesses, sometimes more than once on a daily basis, I'm questioning whether the additional 2 feet of sidewalk and loss of parklets would meet the established goals of the program and is worth the $40 million price tag. I, like many others, work from home, and University Avenue restaurants and cafes have become my office, my meeting room, and a place of joy, and I would like to keep it that way. I hope whatever option is chosen, it ensures the success and vitality of University Avenue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Randall C.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Randall Connor, and I'm a General Manager for Orin's Hummus. I represent Misty Bolton, Orin Dabrowski, and our ownership group. I'd like to start by saying that we were not invited to these planning meetings. We've been in the community for 13 years. We own our building and the neighboring building next to us, and it just baffles us as to why we were not invited to these plannings. We strongly oppose this proposal. We are very disappointed to hear that the city is looking to wipe out all the cost, focus, and time we've had put into these parklets. We alone have put over $150,000 to put up our parklet, and this is not even including the additional fees and costs with the renewals of our permits. Eliminating parklets will wipe out the gains made during the pandemic, which were embraced and appreciated by the citizens of our community. And we have multiple reviews from Yelp, Google, and everywhere to say so. Option 3 compensates the existing parklet holders effectively with only a 2 to 3 feet space in the commerce zone, while eliminating 4 to 8 feet of existing outdoor space. We estimate therefore losing about 50% of our outdoor space. Yet again, our outdoor spaces, after a restructuring of the permanent parklet program set to take place in March of just 2023, the city needs to stop moving the goalpost on the subject. It costs us money. The $40 million price tag of this project could be much smaller if it were used to beautify the downtown instead of reconfiguring it. This cost would be assessed on the landlord, but ultimately they'll pass it on to us, the tenants. The current occupancy rate in stores on University Avenue is at an all-time low in years. It used to be that you had to pay $1,000 plus for key money just to replace a tenant in that area. Today, without no key money, landlords cannot rent their stores. It means that businesses and pandemic struggle. The workaround option 3, extend the sidewalk by 24 feet instead of 17.5 feet. 8 feet will be reserved for pedestrian use. Make the commerce zone 10 to 12 feet instead of 6.5 feet, which will make all
Your time
constituents
is
neutral.
up. Our next speaker is Nur Z.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, City Councils, Mayor. My name is Nur Zayed. I'm a General Manager at Local Union on University Avenue. I strongly oppose the concept of the cityscape plan. The new proposal plan, of course, we just know that is, if it's approved, is removal of our beautiful parklet. The years-long construction will have significant impact on your small businesses on University Avenue, especially the restaurants. We receive hundreds of emails, phone calls daily from Facebook, Google, and even company from San Jose, all the way from San Jose. They're asking, is outdoor dining available? And the hundreds of out-of-state guests actually enjoying this beautiful University Avenue. Taking that away with the new proposal will result in Menlo Park, Los Gatos, Mountain View, and Radisson Studio will be beneficiary. Because is that what we want? Going our restaurant revenue to the other neighbor city? A vast majority of citizens and guests come on University Avenue to dine daily. Our restaurant team urges City Council to put more priority on the restaurant that not only generate revenue and making University Avenue look more festive. Imagine hundreds of guests daily sitting outside enjoying food on historic University Avenue. Taking that festivity away wouldn't be a significant enhance of the city. Despite of losing revenue and the restaurants suffer, most importantly, this taking that festivity away from what outdoor dining offer us, we have to lay off more than 50% employee because if we lose the parklet. I would, moreover, that $40 million cost that we're talking about on this project, the landlord, of course, subsequently will come to the small business like ours and will be more difficult to survive. 30 plus restaurants in San Francisco closed their entire street for outdoor dining, such as if you go to Grant Street on Chinatown, Valencia on Mission, and Jane Warner Plaza
Your
in
time is
Castro.
up.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Zafarali A.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a new resident of Palo Alto. I just moved here, and I walk and I bike every single day. I have no car, and part of that lifestyle is enabled by living next to University Avenue. I enjoy the amenities provided. I enjoy the parklets, as all the restaurateurs have spoken about. However, I don't necessarily feel safe walking or cycling on University Avenue. Part of the walking concerns are solved by what was proposed by the streetscape enhancement, but I don't think biking is being considered enough. Part of this is because of the travel lanes are quite large. Encouraging cyclists and cars to mix together is going to, in such a wide lane, is going to encourage cars to speed past us and things like that. And it's also going to encourage cyclists to ride in the door zone, which can be dangerous and potentially life-threatening. So I would like the council to, take some of the comments to make cycling safer. I usually just cycle on the side street and get off, but I would love to just cycle straight up to the store, talk to people, pick up my food, go to the restaurant, park my bike, things like that. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Charlie W.
And good evening, Mayor Koo and Vice Mayor Stone, council and city staff. Thank you for your continued efforts to support the Palo Alto's business community, including downtown and University Avenue. We appreciate all the effort that has gone into the University Avenue Streetscape Improvements Project, including your outreach to stakeholders, including businesses, property owners, residents, bike advocates, and others. The Chamber of Commerce supports the concept of the Streetscape Improvements Project for economic growth and to continue downtown as a destination place for shopping, dining, and entertainment. However, our businesses want to fully understand the impact of any proposed streetscape changes before plans are finalized. Option 3, the preferred alternative, does balance some of the top concerns and improvements identified by the more than 700 participants by addressing appearance, circulation, and space activation. But there still isn't clear consensus on the future of University Avenue, what it should look like with respect to outdoor dining, parklets, and parking, for example. Therefore, uncertainty continues to exist and concerns rise until those impacts are fully understood. If the decision before you tonight is viewed as an interim step, which is necessary for further analysis and evaluation before you make a final decision, we concur. Although we do not have consensus from all of our members for the current version of option 3. But if the decision tonight is viewed as a final decision, we ask council and staff to conduct additional outreach, especially to businesses that were not able to participate, to better understand the feasibility and impacts of this option before a final decision is made. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brad E.
Good evening. My name is Brad Hickian, and I'm a partner with Premier Properties. I've had the pleasure of working in Palo Alto for the past 20 years. We work with property owners and tenants, so naturally we receive a lot of feedback from all sides. I volunteered to be a stakeholder in the streetscape design discussion because I care deeply about Palo Alto. From our group's discussions, it was clear option number 3 is the most balanced approach. We prefer option 3 because it provides a clean, safe, and attractive shopping experience that enhances the downtown appearance, improves circulation, and preserves the much-needed parking our retailers need to survive. It's important to realize that these ideas are tried and true. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're not making this stuff up. We already know that it works. Widening sidewalks and outdoor dining work. Lively pedestrian experiences work. Parallel parking works. Shared bike and vehicular lanes work. There are many successful examples up and down the peninsula that I could point to. You combine these improvements with the strength of Palo Alto, and we'll have one of the best downtowns in the Bay Area. I am concerned about options 1 and 2. These ideas are experiments that could have catastrophic effects on our downtown. These options go too far in one direction or another. With your support, option 3 will be further refined to take into account the best ideas and practices used not only in the Bay Area, but around the country to create a beautiful and successful downtown. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz G.
Good evening, council. Regarding University Ave beautification, hearing lots of comments tonight, but one thing I'm not really hearing from the presenters or from the commenters is the actual outer portion of University Ave. What's different about Palo Alto, including California Ave and now University Ave, is these redesigns for these streets are right off of El Camino Real. If you look at Redwood City, Los Altos, Mountain View, even Menlo Park, they're blocks in from El Camino Real. El Camino Real is a historic highway, and it also butts up against Stanford. So unless there's some re-engineering of that overpass from Stanford University, the underpass, the Alma, and what was formerly the Greyhound Station, and the transit center is addressed, that infrastructure, it's going to continue to create haphazard University Ave. I really want, the other thing that is not being really discussed is the alleys behind some of these businesses. Those are unofficial streets. And, if this is supposed to be a destination, don't we want to draw people in from the train, from Stanford, pedestrians? So looking at that, I'm just wondering how the city is addressing this bottleneck in that area that I just mentioned. All for this beautification, more outdoor spaces, but unless that infrastructure is going to be addressed, I don't see that there's going to be much improvement with this overlay. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John S.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is John Schenk with Thoyds. First, I want to thank staff and the city's professional consultants and the other members of the committee that have supported this effort from the beginning, and members of the public who, through the surveys and participation at the library and others, have supported the future vibrancy of our beloved downtown. Alternative 3 is best as it represents the work of all these groups to benefit our downtown in the long term. An investment in our downtown is long overdue. We allowed parklets during COVID as sidewalks are too narrow to allow much dining while respecting the appropriate public pedestrian space. These parklets are subpar and not long-term solutions. Other communities like Burlingame have already addressed this issue in similar ways and seen the benefits in increased activity and retail successes. A new design that equitably places wider sidewalks on both sides of the street and creates multiple opportunities for outdoor dining, seating, selling, landscaping, etc. is best. Preserving the vehicular roadway and as much parallel parking as possible is critical to broad retail success. Street Sense affirm this fact, as do retail brokers who confirm the greatest concern of new retail businesses considering University Avenue is how much parking do we have and where is it? I hear the voices from the current restaurants using parklets. Local Union and Rue are our tenants. Their business success is great for us. But at this time, we must not act in our self-interest, but to do what is best for the total community, for the next generation of businesses that will call University Avenue home. We need safety and compliance with all codes and ordinances, and we need now to invest in our future. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on action item 21.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And with that, we'll bring it back to council. Please turn on your lights if you'd like to ask questions, make comments. Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. So first, I want to say that I very much support the need for downtown Palo Alto University Avenue area to be revitalized. It is having to compete with Stanford Shopping Center that curates its tenants, and same thing with other areas, town and country. And it's just, it's gotten dated and needs to have a real refurbishment. And if I had to choose between the three options, I'd lean toward option 3. But we don't have just 3 options. We're being given tonight 3 options, but that's not the only set of alternatives we have. And we as a council, after observing for a number of the last several years, have seen what some of the speakers pointed out, which is that the outdoor dining really is what has created the vibrancy that we keep talking about. That's the biggest contributor to the vibrancy of the street. It's not the only one that can happen. I'm enthusiastic about a number of the other ways that we can increase vibrancy, including retailers being able to put goods on the street in areas. But the notion that we, through the public and and private, the property owners and the city, put in $40 million and cut in half the amount of outdoor dining doesn't make good sense to me. And so I'm very interested in a plan along the lines of option 3, but that would retain parklets. And the notion that I keep hearing this equity, I don't understand why we would need 17.5-foot sidewalks in front of a bank or in front of a big rug store. It's just equity. It's kind of a one-size-fits-all, which ends up with a one-size-fits-none. And what we need to do instead is be thinking about how do we have a streetscape that meets these different needs better than option 3 does. And I think that's very possible. I think the argument that is the principal one by property owners against the parklets is they don't like to give up that parking on the street. But here they've been willing to give up a third or a quarter of it to go from diagonal parking to parallel parking. So they were willing to give up parking, just not to accommodate parklets, which are the most positive thing that's going on in our downtown right now. There are other positive things we can do. It's not the only one, but it is the most positive. I also want to say that I appreciated that there was a real consideration on how do we make the street not only more pedestrian friendly, but more bike friendly. And as somebody who rides everywhere, I'll occasionally ride on University because I've got to go, if I'm on University, I got to go from one block to another a couple blocks. But basically, the pattern of riders is that if we want to go downtown, we will decide which block we want to end up on by riding on Forest and then going down the perpendicular street. Or if the occasion, the fewer people are coming from downtown north, they'll ride on Everest and make that similar decision. So that's what we need to do on the streets parallel. But we, for a decade, have been talking about the need we have. If you're going across town on Bryant, you go from a great bike boulevard and go into an area from Forest out to Lytton that is not a good place for biking on Bryant. And that's the place that we should get rid of the diagonal parking and put in the parallel. There was a concept plan there. I appreciate that that wouldn't be funded in the same way. That would probably need to be city funding, but I really think that that's the sort of thing we want to look at. We want to look at additional bike racks. I mean, this is the thing that induces bike travel downtown is if I can go to my destination and always get the parking spot right in front because I rode my bike there, as opposed to going to a parking garage and walking a couple blocks. And I just want to make that other point that everybody who walks or rides to downtown frees up a parking space. So if we're talking about, I don't know, how many parking spaces are consumed on University by parklets? Do we have that number?
18 parking spaces.
18 right now. And 18 parking spaces make it more bike friendly. 18 more riders at a given time makes up for all those parking spaces. So those are my initial thoughts.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wish that Councilmember Burt had shared his notes with me. It would have saved me a lot of time this week. I agree with every single word he just said. And it was a very stressful read to me because I'll state even more strongly that while I understand that, you know, in 21 and then 22, council said, yeah, let's redo downtown. I'm totally supportive of that. Absolutely agree with that. Really necessary, really need to invest there. But we weren't really given three options. We were given one because the first two were set up and you correctly showed why they just really didn't work at all. So you gave us one. And as Councilmember Burt said, there are more than one. There are quite a few more than one. And so kind of getting to the core of it for me is that, you know, 90 days ago, we approved an ordinance for the new parklets. And we told all the parklet people, get it done by March. And these are going to be what we're going to have for the future for a long time. Not necessarily 100 years, but this is what we're supposed to do. After they invested in their first parklets, and now they're going to invest in their second parklets, we're saying, but that's only going to be in four years or 5 years, and then you got to pull them out. What do they think? What do they think we're doing here? Come on, you know, to have an option, to look at options that doesn't have as one option, maybe it doesn't work, the consideration of leaving the parks as we just finished it 90 days ago doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, we really have to look at considering that option as well. And that means that when you look at your 75-foot roadway, you got to start making some alternatives. The whole idea here of striking a balance for economic vitality is exactly the right direction. And economic vitality right now in the downtown is being driven unquestionably by the parklets. So to take a risk on that would be very serious risk to take. And to make a judgment with the one option that's in front of us, I think is just, you know, the wrong approach entirely. When I go through number 3, which everyone agrees is better than 1 and 2, there are a lot of trade-offs there that aren't necessarily great, right? It removes 48 spots. That's a plus or a minus, but it's a lot more than the 18 that are being taken up by parklets. You know, parallel parking is required. For some people, that's not that easy. And what it also does is it puts a car in the road. So we get one of our natural calming devices there when somebody's trying to parallel park, you know, unsuccessfully. The sidewalks absolutely everywhere at 17.5 feet makes absolutely no sense to me, as Councilmember Burt just said. At some points, you might not need any. And when you get to the various zones and you're giving like 3 feet everywhere up and down a street for, you know, garbage cans and streetlights, every single space is not like that either. So we got to be a little bit more particulate, not just, you know, draw some lines here. So I think when we get through the discussion, we have to figure out a way to get to some other proposals to be considered. The second thing is sort of a question for the public's benefit. These in the staff report, some of the things were in one staff report and some of the things were in here and some of the things weren't anywhere. But the assessment district is outlined pretty well, where you talk about it requires 2/3 of the property owners in the district through public bonds, and they last 20 to 30 years. But the question is, a couple of questions on that. What's the policy flexibility going forward? Who makes what decisions about that? 20 to 30 years, we found with pandemics, can turn into 3 to 5 years that we have to do planning for. So what are the sort of dependencies there on the assessment district where they sort of make the calls instead of the city? And just throw in my last couple of questions. On the funding, would that be scaled up? If it really is 40 million, would that be scaled up? You'd rate pieces at a time? And then my last question is, what can you do for 20 million? In other words, this 40 million is like, whoa, really? So if you went to 20 million, what would you prioritize? I saw in your pie chart that, you know, almost 1/3 of the cost, that 40 million is kind of lighting and so on. It was like, whoa. So that's sort of multiple questions. I don't know who can address that, but.
Thank you for
Steve,
the
you got all the
questions.
answers.
I don't know that I have all the answers, but I'm happy to take first crack and let others chime in to correct me as needed. So the assessment district is formed and created to essentially do the fundraising piece.
Right.
That assessment happens over the course of those 20 to 30 years, but the initial bond funding happens immediately to fund the construction. So we would be doing the construction over that time frame that we've outlined, probably starting in 5 years or so to really get that going. But that's what that financing is funding. And then they're paying it off over that term of 20 to 30 years.
And so is the issue of where things are funded up to the parking assessment folks? So are there X people in the parking assessment and then they decide that we're going to put lights in of this kind? What level of detail do they get in the decision making?
Understood. So sure, happy to let Molly take that.
Right. The project needs to be defined up front, and that's what the engineer's report that you saw referred to in the materials is for. And that will describe the special benefit that is proposed to be available to the assessment district payers. And then, those are commitments that the city needs to follow in the long run in terms of what the payers are informed that they will receive for their assessment.
So it's pretty structured from the beginning is the way of putting
Quite
it.
structured.
Therefore, I presume not much flexibility going forward.
Well, let me, if I could, just reinforce the city attorney's comment. We use this term, some terms of art here, engineer's report. There is a design that will be finalized based upon the concepts that are being discussed tonight. And again, this assumes that we were to go forward. Based on the concept, there'd be a very specific design developed, construction plans and the like. And on the basis of the estimated cost to construct here, University Avenue, there would be a methodology to assign the special benefits to all of the properties along the street.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a very detailed accounting to the point that each individual property would have its individual assessment identified. So the city's commitment through this process is that we would build what the properties are being assessed for. And that's effectively the process going forward.
Okay, great. I hope that helps the public that's listening as well as us up here. And then we don't have to talk about it now, but I would like to see a proposal as we go forward of, well, we decide that we probably only want to invest 20 million. So what does that cut back in terms of what you guys think the priorities are? And then we have to make that decision as well. So I'm over time. I'll stop now. Thank you.
Councilmember Venker, we'll have another round.
Thank you, Mayor Koo, and thank you, Ms. Boyd, Mr. Gagliardo, Ms. Bonzal, and Mr. Stevens for your efforts and your work here and the presentation. I appreciated all the detail. I think that the two things that struck me most were consistent with the themes we've been hearing, which was a concern for bike safety and preservation of outdoor dining. And I have some specific questions as to how we might tweak and play with both of those to optimize them. But first, I just wanted to ask, I was a little troubled during public comment to hear that Orange Hummus didn't receive an invitation to some of these meetings. I just wanted to give staff an opportunity to comment on that. No, apparently I'm hearing it's, and apparently some others. So perhaps if staff could just comment on how these invitations went out and who was asked and what might have happened in these cases.
Thank you for the question, Holly Boyd, Assistant Director of Public Works. So when we were developing the list for the block ambassadors, we selected just a list of business owners, property owners along the blocks of University and the downtown area. It wasn't exclusive of anyone. In fact, we had people asked to join us halfway through the process that we included. It's just we wanted about a dozen people to represent various blocks along University.
So it was a sampling along the blocks, not necessarily an open invitation to everyone. Is that what?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well,
And I just want to add, Steve Guagliardo, just a couple notes there. One, couple lessons learned. You heard loud and clear from some of the businesses that felt like they were excluded. And then the other piece is we do send out almost quarterly updates to businesses in town about what we've got going on. And we did mention the ongoing progress on this work as it was happening as well. That said, still more work that can be done on outreach and engagement and making sure potential stakeholders understand what's up.
Was there an invitation to provide input with that or just an update one way?
That was an update one way as part of that quarterly newsletter process. And again, that I think underscores the improvements we have.
Yeah, I think we may want to rethink that a little bit, given what we're hearing tonight. So let me just get to some specific questions here. So, you know, I'm intrigued by this parking situation. You know, no matter what we do, someone's not going to be happy. I had two people take me aside one at a time at an event on Sunday, one to tell me we couldn't take a single parking place away, the other that told me we should just shut the darn street and have no parking. So, so clearly we have work to do to optimize what's best for the city and best for our residents and best for our businesses to optimize the vitality there. But one of the things I was wondering is when we look at option 3 and we talk about removing 48 spots out of the, 3,200 we have downtown, that's like 1.5% of spots, and we seem to have plenty of parking now. What if we removed more? What if one whole side, the parking was removed and it freed up some more space? And where I'm going with this is, you know, the concern about having sidewalk space available for outdoor dining. Because I think right now we have the 6.5 foot commercial zone, and I think that's where we're anticipating that sidewalk dining would be. And I assume that's less than the depth of a parklet, and that's part of the issue here. So I'm wondering if we could get it back if we had parallel parking just down one side, and what, you know, the pros and cons of that might be.
Okay, I'll answer and then defer to other staff. So a standard parklet size for parallel parking spaces that fits in an existing parallel parking space is about 7.5 feet wide. However, their platform has to be set back for buffer space from oncoming traffic. So a parallel parklet space is about 6.5 feet now. And granted, some businesses have sidewalk encroachment permits that can go up to 4 feet. However, I say up to 4 feet because they have to condense their outdoor dining space to where there's obstructions in the sidewalk to keep the 8 feet clear. So that's why I say up to 4 feet. So 6.5 feet is what we're proposing here tonight in the preferred alternative. The second part of your question about to decide to remove parking from one side of the street.
And then split the gained space on the two sides of sidewalk. Yeah. So
I'm not sure I understand that.
So in other words, if you could get the 7.5 feet back of the removal of parallel parking on one side and then add, you know, 3.5 to 4 feet to the sidewalk on each, is that doable?
No.
Thank you. Yes, so that is definitely, you know, a viable alternative to provide additional sidewalk space. But if you think about not having parking on either side of the road, you lose the benefit of that friction. So the side that doesn't have that parking, right, there's no friction on that side. So, you know, theoretically, vehicles will tend to travel faster on that side of the street. And then you get into the overall question then is, well, what side of the street do we take the parking away from? So that's sort of the thought process behind how we got to where we are today.
Okay, well, thank you. And I'm over time, but I just wanted to mention that I concur with what I've heard from my colleagues. I had in my notes with this amenity zone, sounds like it wouldn't necessarily be 3 feet, wouldn't necessarily need to be 3 feet along the whole length. Like, could that be chunked into places that aren't in front of restaurants?
Yeah, so the whole idea behind it as the design is advanced to create additional flexibility, to look for options where you could make it wider than 6.5 feet and better use those zones there. The whole idea is ideally we want to create an 8 foot wide clear zone so that people can navigate the street unimpeded. And right, that's not what's happening today out there. So the idea is when the streetscape is designed to provide that 8-foot wide clear zone, so I can walk from block to block into my destination side by side with somebody without issues.
Right, and I need to yield my time back, but and then I'll ask my additional questions in the next round, but I guess what I was trying to say is that I think you are stacking it, the 6.5 and then the 3, and I'm suggesting that there may be places, a lot of places where you don't need that 3, and you could have 9.5 for like in front of restaurants, so, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to join my colleagues in thanking staff for all of the work that has gone into this. Ms. Boyd, Mr. Guagliardo, Ms. Bansal, Mr. Stevens. I share concerns about option 3, and I'm going to try to, which is not to say I prefer 1 or 2. I'm going to try to frame it around vision. It is clear that it is high time that we do this update. It sounds like we're trying to create a destination akin to Stanford Shopping Center, Santana Row, even Town and Country, all of which benefit from having the ease of a single owner. If option 3 is the best we can do, I confess I'm not yet seeing the vision in it, the elements that are going to give University Avenue an attractive sense of overhaul, coherence, and a rebranding of the environment that does in fact make us a destination on a par with these other places. What I feel like I'm seeing in option 3 is an alternative that hurts dining, does nothing for vacancies, is hard on bikers, and does not really provide social spaces. Maybe getting rid of street parking might work, but obviously a lot of people are against that. A different way to ask it is, what is the story we're going to tell with this upgrade? How is that going to enhance our ability to tell the story of Palo Alto, past and present, and signal what it is we're looking for in our future? I'd love to know from Street Sense how what we're looking at and for differs than what any other city or town is saying they want right now in their main street. We are such a unique city as the birthplace of Silicon Valley with a world-class university right up the street. What does option 3 ultimately allow us to say about ourselves? What is the plan that leans into telling our really magnificent story? So this is my overarching concern. My 3 specific questions are on timing, on vacancy tax, and on operational costs. On timing, I'm seeing in the literature that we have this starting in 2030. But phase 3 ends in summer 2026, and phase 4, which is construction, is anticipated to last 2 years. So even if what we meant was that everything will be completed by 2030, it sounds like it could be completed sooner than that. It's feeling to me like 7 years to fix a problem that is already overdue and is responding to the changing nature of things post-pandemic. 2023 feels like the wrong year. You want to address that right now? I'm seeing is it a typo that when it says 2030 is the year that all of this is sort of ready to go?
Well, we had 2030 as the estimate, the cost estimate in dollar amount so we included escalation as in our cost estimate. So the schedule that we had on the timeline and next step slides, I'll say was very aggressive and optimistic. I don't see construction starting for 5 years. I think it would take us that long to get us through. So maybe finishing in 2030.
It said, but we just said phase 4 construction is anticipated to last 2 years and phase 3 ends in the summer of 2026.
Yes. So I think those first 2 phases, the phase 2 timeline and the phase 3 timeline, are optimistic.
We asked about vacancy tax the last time we discussed this. We were told that it punishes property owners and we shouldn't go there. But if a property owner is preferring to keep their place vacant for months, if not years, rather than reduce the rent, it feels to me that the city's interests are not supported by that. I'm curious as to what we can learn from other cities that have revitalized retail by imposing a vacancy tax. I wonder if anyone here can speak to that. And my final question is on the operational costs listed on page 40 of the spiral bound: weekly power washing, trash removal 6 times a week, preservation of trees, maintenance of accent lighting, and maintenance of landscaping and irrigation. I'd like to know, is this the same suite of things that we have agreed to do to Cal Ave? or is it an entirely different level than what we're contemplating doing on Cal Ave?
So thank you for the questions. I'm happy to take first crack at the vacancy tax piece, and then we can move into the maintenance piece. So using vacancy tax to revitalize retail is really a thorny issue, as we've talked about before. And what we've seen work effectively in other communities to really revitalize that retail is what's included in the StreetSense comprehensive economic development strategy. So one of those is looking at pop-ups, for example, and that would require resources to help work with brokers and landlords to site pop-up nascent businesses in those vacant properties. Often what's done there is a percentage rent, a percentage of sales paid as rent rather than a more traditional rent. And it does meet the need you're identifying of citing something immediately in that space, meeting the property owner's need of having someone in their property and getting that kind of economic vitality back up and running. So that is something that's in the economic development strategy approved by council. It's going to be talked about and explored more. And that's one opportunity we may have to pursue that economic vitality piece. In terms of the operations and maintenance costs, we're still in the design phase for Cal Ave of what that's going to look like long-term. As we get there, that same suite of things will be contemplated and complement whatever design is included for Cal Ave as we go forward. So I would say it's a similar suite of things. It's just going to scale and depend exactly on what the design decisions are.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time, so I'll save, I'd love to hear an answer to this question of vision and uniqueness of Palo Alto vis-a-vis these other places, but I'll take it in the next round of questions. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I find myself aligned with most of the comments that have been made, and I've been struggling with trying to understand my dilemma here, but I think Councilmember Lithcott-Hames just nailed it as far as just what is the vision that we're trying to achieve. I think we all know there's a problem, but I'm not quite sure how this solves that problem. I think there's so many great things about University Avenue. We have an eclectic mix of shops and wonderful restaurants. I love the trees along that street. It gives it such an incredible feel. So I'm so glad option one, we all agree, is a terrible option that would have removed most of those trees. But I'm really stuck on this kind of parklet issue, and I'm trying to understand. I guess I kind of heard before. I guess I really don't understand what happens to existing parklets if we move forward with option three. It seems like those parklets are eliminated. And as Councilmember Lowing put so well, how many days ago it was that 80 days ago that we adopted a permanent parklet. And yeah, I think we've run into this problem before with sequencing, and this was terrible sequencing, and I'd be pissed off as well and in the audience tonight saying, what the hell are we doing? We just made this investment. One restaurant, $150,000 on parklets. That's absurd. And so I'd kind of like to better understand. Option three is simply we remove the parklets, and that space then just kind of gets pushed over to the commerce zone side of the sidewalk.
Yes, that's correct.
Would it also exist within the parallel parking space?
Would the outdoor dining exist in the parallel parking space in
Yes.
option three? No, not as we proposed it tonight.
Okay, so as it's proposed now, there's no more parklets, and it all gets pushed into that 3 to 4 foot commerce zone.
So just as a point of
So a 6 foot
clarification,
commerce
it's a 6.5 foot wide commerce zone. And so we need to make sure everybody's talking about the same space there. It is roughly equivalent to the space that Holly cited as the space used by parklets. And then just the other point I want to make sure is crystal clear, because it's an issue that's come up multiple times, is that no parklet as it exists right now is compliant with the permanent parklet regulations as passed 90 days ago. So there is no parklet that exists on University Avenue right now that would be compliant with the new program as it goes forward at the end of March. So those parklets are going to need to change and evolve anyway.
But is that evolution meaning tearing them down and rebuilding, or likely more just kind of slight modification that's not going to completely throw away $150,000 of investment?
I think a little bit of both, depending on the parklet.
Okay. And I think that is a big struggle with what we're dealing with here, is we are looking at a long-term strategy and something that is going to work. And a lot of this was a short-term solution to issues within the pandemic. But when we've been talking about a permanent parklet program and kind of placing that promise and that expectation out there, I feel like we're reneging on that deal. That's sort of kind of an implicit deal that we made ourselves. And so that's an issue I'm really struggling with. I feel like my colleagues are struggling with it as well, and interested in pursuing other alternatives that might create that option as has been suggested. So I can see the city manager wants to respond.
Sure. If I could, maybe I should first ask staff to address that figure of 150,000. That's actually outside of anything I had heard previously. So staff, could you?
I hadn't heard. The most expensive one I had heard of is the Joya Rue one, which was like 80,000, I thought.
Okay,
so that was new information for me.
Yeah, I think it's just helpful to provide a bit of a reality check in terms of figures that we've seen to date. If I were to kind of encapsulate what I think we've heard, and you excuse me for thinking like an engineer here, I think part of the problem is we've been talking about this in two dimensions, and simply what we'll call from the property line to the property line across the street. And as many council members have pointed out, it may be that cross section, as it's called, needs to vary some along the street and to reflect the different nature along University as you proceed from Alma up toward 101. And if the council's feedback is that you'd like to see what can be done to incorporate, whether it's parklets or other active uses within that space, I think that will require staff to, and with our consultants, to go back and look at how to vary that cross-section along the street. Now, that said, I suspect I'll hear that it's out of scope. So we'll need to, or perhaps we're not to that point yet. So we'll take that feedback and come back to the council with what it would take for us to flesh out more fully what that experience could be along the block, rather than, as I said, kind of looking at it in the two dimensions that we've presented to you this evening.
Great, thank you. That's how I'm feeling, and that's what I'm hearing as well. I'm out of time.
Okay, it's 10:16 right now, and I don't think we're going to get to our last item, which is our city council protocols and procedures handbook. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to see if we should be deferring this, or do they see themselves continuing on with it tonight? It's 10:16, 17 right now.
Mayor?
Yes, yes, sir.
You know, what I just heard the city manager say, I think captured a lot of the sense of the council. And what I'm really getting a sense here is that rather than this being so much an action item, it's functioning as a study session. And I think it's been productive and getting pointed in a better aligned direction. So if you see it that way, I do see some council member, a council member who has not spoken yet, and I'd like to get around to them, and then we can carry on with the second round and move forward.
But to your other question, I think we should finish this item because we might be getting close to finishing this item.
We should finish this item.
Right.
Yes, I was
And then it's
talking about the next item.
Yeah,
but
I doubt that we can get
it-
to that. I thought you were looking for input on that question.
Not for this item, it was for the next item.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That is what I'm speaking to.
So you're saying that we can finish or we cannot?
I don't think we should do the next one, but we should see.
Do I get consensus on this? Because if that's so, then we would want to release staff.
I'll just say there's one perhaps just one time sensitive thing on the next item.
Right, and that is, so if we're going to release staff and defer item number 22, I'm sorry, then Councilmember Vinker, you want to say something about that?
Well, yes, but it's somewhat substantive. I do think that there is one item. I've talked to the city manager and Deputy City Manager Chantal Cotton Games about it. And so it could be, I don't know how long you'd have to sit there. on that, I was going to suggest that we actually put it over to early January, but I wanted to explain why in case there was any concerns about that. But I could do that afterwards. I was going to see if the sense of the council was to try to get it back.
So I
early.
think, City Manager, go
Feels
ahead.
odd to go into it now.
On behalf of staff, I think it sounds like there would be value in having a brief conversation on item 22 this evening. And so depending on where we are with 21, I'd say let's tough it out.
Just keep it and then we can discuss it and maybe shorten it. Okay, very good. So.
Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am. Councilmember Tanaka. We're back to item number 21. So Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, thank you. Can the clerk put the picture up? So yeah, I also want to thank staff and members of the public and others for coming out and speaking on this item. It's really important. I do agree with some of the comments that we need to do better outreach, make sure that more people know about what's going on. So I think that's really important. I asked for this photo to be brought up, and I wanted to ask our staff or consultants, is something like this possible? This kind of configuration. I think this is Burlingame. And if so, what would it take? Because I was looking at the slide 14, and I think you have it down at 13 feet for the car width, passing width, and it's wider than it is now. Some of the travel lanes you have down at 11 feet, and so I was just thinking, perhaps maybe the sidewalks could be a little bit wider to kind of allow for something like this, and then narrower traffic is actually better in terms of slower traffic, and actually maybe it's more likely for people to stop, actually safer, and so anyways, I just wanted to kind of bring this up and get your thoughts on this.
So yes, definitely. And maybe I wasn't completely clear about this, but part of the reason why it's called Activation Flex is really, that parking, that on-street parking stall, right? In theory, as the design evolves and we create a space here, right? That could evolve to be anything. It could be evolved to be like a raised, not a temporary parklet, but a permanent seating area that doesn't have parking. Right? It could be anything as the design evolves. So yes, that is true.
Well, I wasn't suggesting getting rid of the parking. I'm just talking about maybe sidewalks a little bit wider than they are being proposed on option 3, and rather than maybe 2 aisles of seating, because I think what at least what I'm hearing, what people are alarmed by, besides the fact that they made investments in parklets, is the loss of seating. And so I'm just trying to think of, could we rather than investing the extra feet in the travel lane for the cars, we invested in wider sidewalks so that something like this is more possible.
So the trade-off with that is, so California law requires a building that's over 30 feet to be served by a drive access aisle that's 26 feet wide. So if somebody was to build a building that exceeded 30 feet, and the drive aisle on University Avenue was much narrower, less than 26 feet, they'd have to find a different way to provide fire access to it. So by narrowing the travel lanes to below 26 feet, which is completely possible, it could change how private development occurs on the corridor.
Okay.
So yes, to answer your question, something like that could be accomplished, but it's going to require removal of a parking stall.
I see. Okay. Okay, yeah, because I saw that on option 2, you have it at 11 feet for the travel lane. And the reason why that isn't a problem is it has a bike lane, is that why?
Right.
Okay, I see, okay. Okay, and I heard my colleagues comment on what's the theme, and I kind of feel that as well. I think we have to kind of think of downtown as a little bit more holistically versus just a street. And I understand staff had limitations on what they could do in the time that they had. But, I think we want to activate the parks. We want like pedestrian walkways to the core. We've talked about adding a garage because I don't think we want to be losing parking, especially for an area that we're trying to activate. Maybe like clean up the alleys, add lighting, art, stuff like that, just to make it more cohesive and connected. So, I also saw the thing about the 2030, and it does seem like a heck of a long time for this to get resolved, because it's been a while already since we started doing this. And, I think we have some stiff competition out there with other downtowns, and I think we need to move faster. And also, I think the uncertainty to the landlord, to the restaurants is also not good, to retailers. So I, for one, think we should move faster than the current timeline, just because I think it's when things are up in the air, people can't plan properly. So I don't know if you have thoughts about what I just said, and maybe if there's ways we could accommodate some of this, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, in terms of a date, I built the cost model on 2030 because I was trying to be conservative about financing and funding. I think this could be done quicker than that. It just requires funding, a source of revenue to do this. Forming an assessment district is never easy. It requires 2/3 of the property owners. There's effort involved in that. I think if stakeholders are very motivated, I think it could go very quickly.
But I think also if it's not just University Avenues that's assessed, maybe the downtown area, but then other parts of it get activated, right? Through the alleys, the parks, so it's not just University Avenue people that benefit, but kind of the core benefits, right? Then it's probably easier to raise funding, and perhaps you could do it faster. Okay, thank you.
Since I haven't spoken, I just thought I would add something. I do agree with many of the comments, not all, but many of the comments that my colleagues made. I appreciate staff using the 2016 traffic counts because that was at a very robust time when there was a lot of businesses in town and parking was a little bit difficult. Well, very difficult. But at the same time, I kind of want to I don't want us to be short-sighted about when economic times change, and it will. The other matter is that, and I'm looking at this, when we went into approving and allowing parklets during the pandemic, it was very much in order to help the restaurant businesses. And a lot of the retailers and personal business folks were very accommodating at the time also, actually very helpful and actually encouraging council in order to allow the parklets. And so now I don't want us to be short-sighted so that we're not actually developing and attracting more retail and personal business into Palo Alto. I think that, with retailers and with other walkable and people who are looking at goods and so forth, they will go to restaurants and use the restaurants. As you know, right now we have office employees issues. They're not really renting here. So we need everybody that comes into town. And I really believe that we need to develop that. So my hope is that as we go forward with these kind of plans, that we're not forgetting that we still need to retain the businesses that are here, because actually what we're doing without the consistency, we're scaring them. And they don't have consistency. They don't know what is going to be happening. I mean, I'm speaking about this not only for the restaurants, also for the retailers and the personal business, because it's really important that all of you realize that there are other people who are really concerned about their business. Mom and pop shops depend on everyday revenues. And so this really needs to be considered very carefully as we're moving forward. I also want to say that as we move forward, I do want to announce that we have council did approve having our retail ad hoc committee. So I would really want to know that as we move forward, that the council's appointed retail ad hoc committee is included in these community outreach in talking with all of the businesses, and that the retail ad hoc committee members are myself, Councilmember Lowing, and Vice Mayor Stone, so that you can reach out to us, but also I want to make sure that we're included in all of these meetings. Lastly, before I hand it back, I did bring up the vacancy tax many moons ago. And so I agree with Councilmember Lithcott Hames that I would like to visit that as well and hear pros and cons and everything else in between about it so that we can take that into consideration. And with that, Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, if we want to try to come to an action item, I would actually like to move that the staff, I'll use this sort of would draft some additional alternatives. I use the word draft because we don't need spiral ring binders. That would include starting one option with the current parklet plan and building other things around that to see what we get to. And to be included in that would be sidewalks should be variable as sort of a policy statement there. And we should evaluate other options such as moving bikes to Hamilton and Lytton for safety and to save space in the lanes, as well as items such as were brought up by public comment. Maybe we need a little bit narrower travel lanes. And I would suggest that staff come back to the ad hoc committee for retail as a first presentation. Oh, sorry. And of the options, there's the one that I mentioned, which is the build an option around the existing parklet program. And a second one would definitely be, let's see, a $20 million refurbishment instead of a 40.
I'll second it, but I may have a modification.
Okay. Do you want me to quickly speak to it? Mayor?
Sorry. Yes, go ahead.
I'm not presuming that what I'm suggesting here are the right two objectives. I'm suggesting we have to explore a number of things. And these are the areas to start with relative to some of the concerns that I and others have raised.
Councilmember Byrd.
Yeah, so first on your last monetary component, rather than 20 instead of 40, I would suggest that we change that to a couple of alternatives at different cost ranges.
Sure, absolutely correct.
Okay, great. And then I just want to talk to a couple of things. My colleague spoke about vision need, and I think that's really true. And I think the really the highest level vision is that vibrancy and customers helps everybody. So it helps the other retailers, the goods retailers, to have more people there and have a vibrant experience. It helps the office spaces, that the attractiveness of occupying those offices is increased by having an attractive downtown. And so it's a win for everybody in that sense. And then there was, you spoke about the need for an 8-foot clearance and said we don't have it, but we do right now. That is our ordinance requirement. If it may be places where it's inconsistently enforced, but that's our current standard that we adopted. And so with the parklets, we have that 8-foot. Now, that doesn't mean we can't make a better design. I think that there are opportunities to expand the sidewalks in appropriate places. When I look at the drawing here that we had, what I really see is something that is engineered. It's a straight line, and that clean line is what is being valued the most. I don't think that's what creates that vibrancy and environment so much as having a variety of spaces. And as the city manager mentioned, of not only for parklets, but other active spaces. So then I just want to note a couple other things. I was a little concerned on only having 5 ADA spaces on that whole street. I like that the loading, which is not just goods loading, but these days it's people loading and unloading, and it is DoorDash. And so there is a really increased need for short-term parking. And I'm glad that you had those right on the perpendicular streets right up against University. And then the maintenance, I don't want to go into a deep discussion, but my question was, is that all an incremental increase or is that the total cost? If there's a quick answer, I'll take that.
Yeah, that is the total cost, total maintenance cost.
Okay, so we should be talking about incremental increases, not total costs. We're already doing a lot of that. And then I would like to add to the set of the motion is for staff to also come back, like we did on CalAb, with interim measures that we can do on the cheap and quickly that will begin to show progress in that area. So it would be also asking staff to return with interim improvements.
That's fine.
Great.
At some point, I think in this process, sooner rather than later, we're gonna have to make a call on the existing parklets that we approved 90 days ago.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So one of the interim improvements might be that we have to postpone the March deadline to give us some more time to figure out what's going on.
Yep, that's very possible. But I think there are things, just like on CalAb, we talked about signage and wayfinding. I will note also that that one of the things that we are beginning to discuss with Stanford through the ad hoc committee and getting ready to have a meeting with the other agencies of VTA and Caltrain and Samtrans is the improvements to the intermodal center and how to make that a hub to bring people to the downtown area and take advantage of the new electrified Caltrain service that is going to be operable in September. Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. So I think we're all trying to go in the same direction, or at least have the same goals. I want to talk a little bit or think out loud a little bit with my colleagues about a couple of these provisions here. I think because I like the photograph that Councilmember Tanaka put up. So I think we want to support our restaurants. We want to support outdoor dining. We love that. There's a lot of revenue. That's good for them. It's good for us. But one thing that I like, and I'm curious if the restaurant owners like, about the design that's proposed for restaurants is that the dining is right next to the restaurant. So you don't have to cross over the pedestrian walkway to get to a parklet. And so, we do have this issue of investment in parklets and changing the rules, and I'm sensitive to that. But I wonder if we end up with a better result if you have enough space, the same space, so you're not losing tables right next to the store as opposed to out in the street. And so I think there's a couple of things at play there. One is, and that's why I was asking about the how big how wide the parklets were and how deep the commerce zone was. It sounds like they're off by a foot or two, maybe, but they're pretty close. So okay, so the intent of option 3 is to have them have the exact same amount of space on the sidewalk right next to their restaurant as they have currently in a parklet, right? Okay, so I want to clear that. I don't know if it does, but if it did, I think that eliminates part of the issue. They're shaking their head no, so I don't understand why, but.
If you're in an angle store, if you have an angled parklet, you have more width than if you're a parallel parklet. A parallel parklet measures about 6 feet from the parklet to the curb line. Now, some of the parklets spill into the sidewalk zone.
And so how deep are the deeper parklets?
They're around, so from the edge of the parklet, the usable parklet zone is about 6 feet. When they spill into the curb, they get another foot or two.
Okay, so it seems like we're getting kind of close. And this is where I was hoping we could use the the amenity zone, because that's another 3 feet. And if we have 9.5 feet, then it feels like we're getting pretty close to what you have with the bigger parklets now, or maybe we're there. And so, but it goes to Councilmember Burt's point that the amenity zone is right now on the street side and the commercial zone is on the store side. But if we, had certain stretches.
Councilmember, in the interest of time, can I attempt to incorporate what you're driving at? And you tell me whether I do.
Okay.
And that would be under 1, include one option with, sorry, I didn't mean to get into that. What I want to add is that 1 is the current parklet plan or parklet space equal to the current parklet plan.
Equivalent or greater.
I just had one comment on that. The current parklet space is variable. It doesn't stop at the store owner's frontage. So
you're talking width, though.
The
We're
width
talking
wise.
depth,
So I'm not sure that we could get to the area, the square footage of the parklet existing as it would be up.
So I
next to
just
the-
want to give a little latitude for creative problem solving.
What I'm just suggesting is to get a model of just if you implant the current model that we approved in there and start from there as the base and design extra around it. You could come back and say, yeah, but that could be over here instead of over here. That's fine. But I think we're going to get off base if we start to giving leeway on the most important thing that on this option, that we want to look at.
Well, that's why I was trying to use the phrase or an alternative with equivalent space for dining space equivalent to the current parklet plan. And that just lets them look at creative solutions that might be alternatives to the current parklet configuration, but equivalent to it.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. That was where I was trying to go is I think that those alternatives are ones that we could discuss with our merchants, because perhaps having diners away from the traffic and the noise and the smell and all of that might be helpful if we could give them the space they have had. So that's okay. That's one thing. Then, of course, we have the issue still of the investment in parklets. If the 2030 is an unfortunate reality, it sounds like perhaps we could expedite it. I don't know what the average life of a parklet is, but 7 years, you would have that until we transitioned anyway. I don't know. It's not optimal, but if you got a better result at the end of the day, hopefully it would be more palatable. So that was one. The other thing I wanted to ask was the moving bikes to Hamilton and Lytton. And I wanted to ask because I'm very concerned.
That's not complete yet.
Okay.
What I said there was that we should consider items such as moving bikes to Hamilton and Lytton and or shrinking the travel lane. And the reason for that is to see if it gets us, going back to the engineering drawing, sees if it gets us a couple of feet here and there. And they're just examples. So if they're not the right examples.
Shrinking the travel lane has a state fire code problem.
Right. And the bikes are sharing the lane, as I understand it, with the cars. So I don't think moving the bikes affects the width is what I was going to say. Now, I'm very concerned about bike safety. And so I was going to ask some questions about signage and some of your thoughts on if you could talk a little bit about what we can do, because under this under this option, the bikes and the cars are sharing the road. I don't think we gain width, but how do we make them safe?
So I agree. I think we need to do some very wide shoulder striping between the parked cars and the vehicle lanes to constrain that lane of travel. I think we could do some creative treatments with the asphalt to make it really prominent that we're sharing this space. I think the narrower we can make the street, I think the more vertical elements, not only the trees, but the lights. I mean, maybe there's decorative lighting that crosses the road. I think there's a lot of different elements that can be embedded into the streetscape design that helps to calm traffic and achieve that result.
Because I'd like to see when we come back some real specific things about the bike safety, because that does concern me. But those are my comments. Thank you.
Could we, if we're going to have other comments, could we trim up number 4? because that's just a placeholder right now. Councilmember Burt, you had some verbiage on that.
Oh, yeah. Maybe it's to look at alternatives at a range of costs rather than put a number there. Does that sound okay with staff too? Okay.
Yeah, and on number one, with the words that you added said, and sidewalks should be variable. On three, you could just say, present to the ad hoc committee, whatever works.
So what are you intending with direct that staff work with the retail ad hoc committee?
Sorry, what was your question?
Number 3.
I suggested that the options be presented to the retail ad hoc committee.
Directs.
Pardon?
So is it direct staff to present options?
To present options to the retail ad hoc committee.
Direct staff to present options. Okay.
I'm not sure what she's typing now.
Oh, she added present options. Direct staff to present options. Yeah,
Well, with item number 5, Councilmember Burt, should that go in with 3 as well? So that staff would present options to the retail ad hoc as well as interim measures we can do cheaply and quickly?
Yeah,
So
interim measure, plural on measures.
combine 5 and 3. And maybe just for verbiage reasons, 5 could be alternatives should cover a range of costs.
Okay, let me finish.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Pardon?
Rock and roll.
I'll take the rock if you take the roll.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah. One thing I was thinking about, because I heard at least 2 other, maybe 3 other council members who talked about the idea of a theme, right? And how does this kind of all come together? And I know staff is trying their best to make everyone happy, and it's hard. The other thing I was thinking about is just $40 million is a lot of money, right, for 60 properties on University Avenue. And so, like I said earlier, I'm wondering whether we should also explore like using the current assessment district and also try to make this a little bit more holistic. So include activating the alleys and parks and other stuff around us. There's a little bit more in it for other people to want to chip into this project. But wanted to get the maker and seconders' thoughts on this.
I don't understand the question right now.
Oh, okay. So the proposal is to expand. So rather than assessing just, let's say, University Avenue, the current assessment district, which is like the core of university, not just the University Street. And second thing is to incentivize this. I think 2 or 3 people mentioned what's the theme here. So the idea would be that the alleys, the parks, other areas of surrounding University Avenue kind of drive the pedestrian traffic towards University Avenue. So it kind of acts together versus right now we're just kind of engineering this one street. So basically giving staff the flexibility to kind of see what's possible, to make it more to kind of address the idea of a theme, because I do agree with that issue.
Councilmember, if I might suggest that I think we're going to have our hands full developing a concept for University Avenue itself. And I would suggest we limit our scope to that for the time being, such that if you like what we can come back with, it can be expanded to a broader area. But I do think at this point, we've probably limited or reached the limit of our bandwidth.
Well, I'm going to be extremely agreeable and say I agree with both of you. Because I think what Councilmember Tanaka is saying, to put it in the engineering thing again, if we just do that street and you turn left on one of those side streets and go 12 feet and look nothing like University Avenue, it's going to look like, the Taj Mahal compared to a slum. So I think that that tone is the right direction, but I know that you're going to encompass that. So
In time.
Okay. I just want to, one thing, I'm still very concerned about the parking. I know there's going to be 48 spaces that we're losing, but then also I don't want to forget the city parking lots that are going to become housing at some point. So there's going to be continued loss. So we need to keep the big picture in mind of how many spaces that we're losing as we go along, and how much are going to be actually built or whatnot, how much potentially could become further parklets. So I just want to bring that forward and make sure that we can continue to think about that. So thank you, staff, for all the work that you did. And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, sorry. There was one other thing I had, which was, and I talked about it, I think there's general agreement on this, which is to move faster. I think the 2030 number or date or year kind of, I think, was alarming to a lot of people. So I don't know what we could do here to accelerate, but I don't think 2030 sits well with anyone here. But I don't know if the maker or seconder has an idea of what we could do, maybe 2025 or something like that. Might be a little bit more palatable.
Well, I think Councilmember Burt's ad of number 3 is getting to that. Is that if there's a long-term plan and we can start putting in some things right away and spruce it up right away, by next year or a year and a half from now, that would be a great way to be able to implement. That's optimistic, but
And
I just think we need some urgency.
I would concur that we want to look at, even on the comprehensive plan, moving it in from that date.
All right, no more lights. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Lowing,
yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Binker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That concludes item number 21. We move to item number 22, which is Policy and Services Committee recommendations for change to the City Council Procedures and Protocols Handbook based on prior City Council referrals.
Mayor, may I speak before we get going, to kind of look at our time?
Yes.
Under the kind of the guidance you were giving earlier on, there's a big range of items in this one, all the way from cleanup language to discussion about how to elect mayor and all those things. The one thing that I was hoping to bring forward that has a short-term need is that we've historically had no committee meetings in January. And the proposal I wanted to make is that the prior year's committee composition would carry over until the new mayor appoints new committee members. And that as needed, those committees or those ad hoc committees could therefore continue their important work in January. Not all committees do need to meet in January. And what I was hoping is that, given the hour, we might be able to just take up that one item and then agendize everything else for January, which we'll be thinking kind of strategically from about our retreat and priorities. And I think these things kind of fit together in process. So that's my suggestion, if depending on what others think.
Thank you. So we'll take that into consideration, and thank you for mentioning that. And I know that Councilmember Vinker also wants to make a statement.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. But I'm wondering, actually, Deputy City Manager, do you want to just sort of set up the, well, so for me, there's one issue, having sat on policy and services throughout the conversation of all of these, I think most of them could hold, perhaps all of them, depending on whether there's time in the January schedule that was outlined by the city manager earlier. And so, but if we can't, the one that is most time sensitive is the election of the mayor, just simply because, you know, if we don't want to take options off the table, we would need to talk about it by January. So I'm fine with that as long as it doesn't get pushed to, like, you know, February, March. And so I can explain why, but if I can shortcut that, if the answer is yes. Sorry, I've got this in, I can't see you.
Okay, in terms of your January schedule, the dates that we had identified as possible follow-up discussions on the procedures and protocol that are January 22nd or February 5th. Since, again, your first business meeting is on the 16th, the 22nd is the only other business meeting in January, and then goes to February 5th.
Yeah, so actually, the item that, so on the organization, I was actually hoping that we could have more from staff. So I would actually like to address that at some point. I can either go after the deputy city manager, I could explain it right now. Which would you like me to do?
Which would you like to do, Deputy?
Well,
City
Councilmember,
Manager.
feel free to articulate your points. I think the discussion at the PNS committee, though, was that staff felt we needed more council direction in order to do follow-up work on this selection of the mayor issue.
Great, okay. So let me just talk about that one. So this issue was referred in the spring to PNS asking for some sort of recommendation. We talked about it in May, and it came back from PNS without a substantive recommendation, because this is something I personally think, and I think my colleagues concurred, that we wanted a full council discussion. It goes to the core of how we govern ourselves, and it really should be all of us, I think, having that conversation. So that's what we asked for. And, you know, because things are changing for cities these days, I mean, you know, Congress is relatively dysfunctional and the role of cities is rising. And I think Palo Alto needs to talk about how it participates in that conversation. And one of the things that cities that have mayors that stick around longer than a year have is some continuity in relationship with elected officials in other cities, at other levels of government, in organizations like U.S. Conference of Mayors and others, that we could talk about whether that's enough of a benefit to want to change the way we do it. There are downsides too, and I'm very eager to hear from my colleagues about all of these. You know, less people get to be mayor, there's more of a commitment, maybe this isn't something we want. But in order to have that conversation, I'd like a little more in our briefing. I'd like a little more background for us to talk about the pros and cons. I'd love to hear from some of the cities in Santa Clara County and San Mateo County who have made the switch, because we would not be the first to do this. And particularly if we just took this more simple step of extending it a year. So in other words, I think this is something that warrants a discussion of all of us. I think we need a little more background in order to have an appropriate conversation. And I don't think we should wait and do it at a time when we've taken options off the table, you know, if we wanted to pursue it. There may be no appetite for it, but I have no idea, because the Brown Act prevents me from asking people absent a conversation here. So I just wanted to mention that since this was referred to PNS back in April, and we asked for it to come back to council in Q4 so that there would be time, and now we're just where we are because of all of our agendas have been crowded. I just want to be responsive to the referral to PNS to bring it back in a timely way so we can have an appropriate discussion. So I would recommend that we ask for three things. One, that we bring back this question, as early as possible, at least this one, that we have some additional information about the trade-offs and experiences of other cities so that we can make a good decision. So, and that so I guess we'll bring it back, that we do it early in 2024, and that we have some more background. I can make a motion, or we could just talk about it.
Would you like to
I
comment?
just wanted to offer a small note in case the council was trying to parse through exactly what's in front of you. Is there are the 7 referrals that you gave to policy and services, and Councilmember Vanker is speaking of the first of those 7 related to the reorganization of the city council, which is the selection of the mayor. So my understanding of the policy and services recommendation that Ms. Vanker or Councilmember Vanker just described is wanting to know if the city council would like to pursue one of the options that or a broader discussion of that topic, and that will be the item that we bring back specifically for further city council discussion in early 2024.
Yeah, I mean, I'll check with the chair, but I don't think any of the others lose anything, have any other sense of immediacy. Isn't that the only one? Yeah. I just, for those not
I
on.
would only add to Deputy City Manager's comments by saying, quite frankly, I think it's fraught with peril for us staff to try to articulate pros and cons of a governance question of this nature. I suspect the council yourself would be as well equipped to engage in that discussion than we would, unless there are specific areas of inquiry that you want us to prepare in advance. Because quite frankly, I think that we're unable to categorize by pro and con.
Yes, Councilmember Burt, I would say that you make your motion, defer the rest, and then also if you would suggest for a mayor election.
Okay, so I will move that we continue the discussion of the changes to the procedures and protocols to a date uncertain soon after the first of the year. And that second, that we request staff to, and this is a simplified version of what Councilmember Vinker asked for, just to summarize the range of ways in which smaller cities govern their mayor selection and terms. So it'd just be a list and not the subjective analysis in any way. We already have it well enough? You think it's good enough?
It's in the
Okay,
packet.
it's already there. All right, so.
Packet page 397.
Yeah, all right, then I guess we don't need to include it if that's comprehensive enough. I did a quick look, but I didn't know that it covered it well. I do agree that the rest is a subjective discussion of the council. And then lastly, I would move that we continue the composition of current standing and ad hoc committees until the new mayor appoints new compositions.
New committees.
Pardon me?
New committees. I think you said compositions, but.
Yeah, compositions, that's who's in.
I got it, okay. And I had a question, Mayor, can I ask a question?
No, yes.
It's only committees, right? Not liaisons or that type of thing.
No, I think it should be committees and regional appointments until the new mayor makes new appointments. So we'd have continuity. Thanks for bringing that up. Okay, let's see.
I'll second it.
Okay, I'm just going to read it real quick. The second part of the first one's largely already covered, but we can just leave it in there. Committees, plural, in that first line. And appointments, plural. Oh, no, I should say standing committees and regional, a singular appointment, plural compositions. Is that right way to do it? Anyway, can I have a grammarian speak up? Yeah, current ad hoc and standing committees. Thank you. And then on the third line, we don't need to have the committee. It would just be members because it covers both the committees and the regional. And then we're kind of repetitive here. And rather than delete the can meet as needed and that those committees can therefore continue to meet in January of the following year. Sound good? Close enough?
Is there a comma after ad hoc or is it ad hoc standing? And standing committee, but then you have and regional.
Current, no, wait a minute. And yeah, and then we comma there, but not the commas around ad hoc. Nor the second one there. Nor the comma after ad hoc. Well, we can. Yeah. Yeah, okay, good enough. Too late. It's too late to do this. Until the mayor appoints new committees.
I think it's better
we
if you
should say
say
rather than and there, it should be so that
yeah. Okay.
those committees can continue to meet in January of the following year. Do we want to say until the mayor is appointed, or just leave it the way it is?
I think the way that it is.
Okay,
is fine.
good enough.
But Councilmember Burt,
Yeah.
I still want to probe, did you want liaisons? Like, do I stay as a liaison to Avenidas or not?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's not there.
So we should, right. Okay, after standing committees, we'll add council liaisons.
Council liaison roles.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mayor, if I might, and Councilmember, just in terms of setting expectations on number 2, that the only public meeting that we are aware of and therefore anticipating to staff and prepare reports for is a rail committee meeting, and still trying to finalize a date on that. But again, staff is not preparing for any other finance or policy and services meeting in January.
Sorry. Among ad hocs, we have Coverly and Stanford that probably would continue.
That's why I caveat as public meetings, since I know that there are working meetings.
I just want to make sure everybody knew it.
And
Thank you.
we most likely will have regional meetings, right? Yeah, so, okay. Is all good?
Perhaps again on number 1, that with everything after
PNS
2024, if the remainder of that sentence has been addressed by what we have already distributed, you could probably eliminate that from the motion.
That's why I'm saying it may be redundant. that you just, if you don't have anything more to add, you just provide us what you already have. But I didn't know how complete that was.
Can you just add after P and P the handbook? Thank you. Okay. All good? All good. Madam Clerk, thank you so much. Will you, oh, we have public comments to go to.
Well, again, for clarification, let's see if we're interpreting the motion correctly, that what's being deferred is actually item 22. So we'll bring item 22 back. And again, the council can at that point in late January, or early February, decide how much of that you want to chew.
We don't have to change anything here now. Okay, thank you.
We should, yeah, just for clarity, I'm sorry, City Clerk, could you go back to that? And number one, I would suggest delete everything after 2024. Yeah.
And we have a public speaker.
Our first speaker is Aram J.
So, I would be very concerned, and I think you all figure out that if you did change it to a 2-year term, it wouldn't apply to the next mayorship. As you know, I'm not happy with even the potential of Greer Stone becoming the next mayor. In my view, we should look to Greg Tanaka and Vicky Ventker as the best choices for next year. But in any event, we can talk about all of that later and the rationale behind my thinking. I wanted to, just for purposes of discussing the handbook, refer you to the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union in Northern California, a memo that was sent to the Los Gatos Mayor and Town Council back in March 1 of 2023. Again, this is from the Northern California ACLU. And I'm looking at page 4 of this document, and I'm going to just read one paragraph. Fundamentally, the town council's invocation of a quote, constructive communication, unquote, requires a requirement, whether supported in writing or not, is at odds with the Constitution. If the national political stage has proven anything, is that what is deemed offensive, quote unquote, to one person may seem constructive, quote unquote, to another. What some see as behaviors that model leadership may seem repugnant to others. More to the point, while some may think it is divisive and or constructive to reference racial and social economic privilege in discussing matters of public policies, others consider the use of the very language critical to progress, to the extent that any rule in the town council code of conduct or any phrase in a handbook allows town council, based only on its subjective view of what is constructive, to regulate, constrain, or discipline personal expression on public issues. The rule is impermissible, content-based, viewpoint discriminatory, overbroad, vague, lacking in standards, and constitutionally invalid. I call all this, politeness stuff sort of the Ed Chicata, comes from the city manager playbook that they learn in their little classes. He just wants to limit your First Amendment rights, manage your conversation in a way that makes life easier for the staff. But the problem with it is when council members have their First Amendment exercise chilled, that means their constituents' First Amendment rights are chilled. So you've got to look really carefully at this little, what I call DREC handbook stuff about politeness. I don't care about politeness. I care about having important critical conversations. If it gets loud or boisterous, that's democracy. Don't let Chicata manage your conversation in a way for his convenience and for his staff's convenience at the expense of your constituents. Thank you so much.
That concludes public comment on action item 22.
And did we take the vote? Yes, so please conduct the vote.
Councilmember Vinger,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
motion carries.
And this concludes item number 22, and we are adjourned.